Hello. I don't know why I'm so far over to one side. What side was I on? Is that the right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Right wing grifting era incoming. Hey, everybody. How we doing? I am excited. Someone said I thought of the pin too. Yeah, if you have no idea who Jelly Roll is, don't worry. I got you. You're going to be mad at me because you're going to be like, man, I liked it better when I didn't know who this guy was, but that's okay. We'll get to that in a bit. We really, truly will. How is everybody doing on this Thursday? Actually, it doesn't even matter how you were doing. You were about to get lit. It doesn't matter how you were doing. You were about to have a good time. That's actually all I care about. I'm actually pretty excited about today's topic. We've got some good stuff. Question mark. Yeah, no, man. There's a lot going on, dude. There's a lot going on. I am so lit though. I feel like it's going to be a relatively chill stream. Though I feel like I should never say that because the last time I said I felt like it was going to be a chill stream, I got lawsuit threats that same day. Actually, I had spoken it into existence. I was like, yeah, this is chill. This is a chill vibe. And that was the same day. It ended with me going to bed, figuring out how I was going to respond to that. So let's not comment too much about the perceived chillness or lack thereof. Let's just take it 1 minute at a time. Are you an introvert or an extrovert? No. I feel like I give the appearance that I am extroverted due to my personality, but that doesn't mean that I am. Maybe. I don't know. I'm an extrovert to a point, but I definitely prefer my own company, if that makes sense. All right, all right, all right. Someone said this might be the topic that divides us depending on what's discussed. I love Jelly Roll, but I know a very shallow amount of info about him. I suspect you will agree with me. If you don't, that's definitely okay. But if you know a very shallow amount about him, then the majority of what I'm going to say is going to be a surprise to you. But we'll see. It's okay. You're definitely free to disagree, but I don't think this will be a controversial topic. Every now and then I do have ones where I'm like, oh man, this is really going to suck if anybody likes me and the person I'm talking about. But this time around, I think you're going to be like, oh, I see what you mean. We'll see though. We'll see. It's definitely up in the air. Someone said Jelly Roll is such a wild name. It is. It's oh, so if you're new to the chat, if you're new to the stream, hi, thank you for joining. The way it goes typically is the first 30 minutes or so is exactly what you're getting now. Just a yap session. I'm just here talking about whatever. And I'll get into the topic around the 30-minute mark. I usually like to let people stream in, you know, don't want to treat it like a doctor's appointment or something you got to show up for right on time. As if I show up to doctor's appointments right on time. No, I usually get there too early, actually. And then I embarrass myself because I'm like, what am I worried is going to happen? Someone said hi from France. Thank you for showing hook theory in your streams. It's changed my composition life as a hobbyist that doesn't know music theory. That makes me happy. That makes me incredibly happy. I'm glad that my inane ranting about music was somehow coherent enough for you to help you with your own music journey. That's amazing. I'm so excited. All right. Someone said I was late 4 minutes at the dentist today and almost cried. I would definitely cry as well. Because I would just be like, they're going to shoot me. That's how I feel. Whenever I'm late to something, I'm like, well, now I can't even show up because if I walk through the door, I'm just going to get executed for being late. Like, my anxiety is ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. If I'm like 2 to 3 minutes late, I start getting an embarrassment that is so strong. I'm like, maybe I should just turn around. It's better to cancel than embarrass myself by showing up late. But I don't know why I'm like this. I hate calling people. Actually, I just hate appointments in general. It's a mess, man. It's a mess. It's so bad. But I'm trying to be better about that. I'm like, you know what? I'm a human being. And I don't know. my philosophy hasn't really been thought out at this point, but that's all I've got. I'm a person. People show up late to things. It's not always because you're being rude and inconsiderate. That's the main thing I'm worried about. I don't want to come across as like rude. Someone said, you mean like when you were late to this stream? Oh, I'll show up late to this stream every day. Every day. Oh, please. I'll be like, they finna show up no matter when I start streaming. Right after I say I don't want to be inconsiderate. However, I will say this though. I do give myself like 15 minutes max. If like it's 12:15 and I just have some sort of technical difficulty, I'm just going to go live with the technical difficulty. But yeah, no. You're right. Okay, you got me there. Someone said, I would rather be late to parties. At least there's no anxiety. Well, yeah, true. I text my friends when I'm leaving, when I'm on the way, when I park. I definitely am like, okay, I'm like 1 minute away. I will text my friends like, oh, I see you. Be like, oh yeah, I see you right there. Okay. I don't know why I'm like this, but I really am. You know what's interesting? Someone said we are 100% entitled to your time. That's true. Well, I do owe you content. No. You know what's interesting though? I had another topic today. Chat. You're still gonna get a great topic because I've been wanting to talk about Jelly Roll for a while, low key. Actually, like maybe years. But I had an idea for another topic that I was initially going to give you, but then I got annoyed and I said, wait, let me not do that because I don't want to anymore. And so now you're not going to get the topic that I was going to do because I just got so cringed out by the people, or not the people so much as just everything about the situation was giving me cringe. Someone said I just finished the Wuthering Heights video and your take was refreshing. Thank you for listening. Dude, people were getting so up in arms about Wuthering Heights both ways. And like, I understand why. It's a very divisive film, but I was literally just trying to say like, watching movies for fun is okay. But it doesn't exactly make it so that you can't ever criticize them. That's all. But yeah, no, I definitely, after that, I did see the Emerald Fennel stands come out in full force talking about like it's artistic expression, it's meant to be this and that the other. And I was like, I'm glad I got in and got out. I'm done with the Wuthering Heights discourse. I'm over it, man. No, I want to tell y'all what I was going to talk about. And then you'll be like, oh, thank God we're not getting this one. Okay. I was fully, like, I'm talking about I did the research and stuff. I wanted to talk about Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande, mostly because Erivo recently addressed this whole friendship thing, addressing rumors that she and Ariana Grande were lovers or whatever. And as I went through my research about this and just the whole timeline of like their friendship, like it would have been an interesting video because I feel like there's something to be said about can't people just have platonic relationships or whatever. But the more attention I paid to how everything went down on the Wicked set, I was like, dude, I can't do this. This is a level of cringe. And also, we have actually been talking about this for like 2 years. 2 years. I feel like it's actually been 2 years. Someone said, you're right. I'm glad you changed topics. No, don't. Chat, I try. Listen, just because a topic will do well, I know that a Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande video would do numbers. But like, if my personal cringe meter is too off the charts, I have to move on. I'm like, I don't care that people are still talking about this 2 years later, man. There's nothing here for me. There's nothing here for me. So they're just theater kids. There's a lot going on there. Also, I feel like there's subtext in this whole scenario that there's no way for me to really ethically talk about. Does that make sense, chat? I think a large part of the reason I ignore Ariana Grande is because I'm just like, I don't know how to say what I would want to say. I don't think there's a normal way of saying it. So sometimes you just got to make the decision to be like, never mind. Someone said racism. No, the racism I would comment about all day for sure. I would comment about all day. No. Okay, here. Like, it's not just Ariana Grande. It's not just Ariana Grande. Right now in Hollywood, I just feel like there's a lot going on where it's like really obviously one thing. But again, dude, I don't know. Sorry if that sounds like cryptic or annoying. I'm just like, I can talk about myself. Yeah. People are bringing it up. Yeah, no, like I don't want to do it. I don't know how to do that. I gotta make decisions, bro. I was like, it would feel kind of inauthentic to me to make a whole video just focusing on this one issue where I also feel like other issues are going on. I'm just like, brother, this doesn't make any sense. At some point, you definitely have to accept that things are beyond you. And that's my opinion about Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo and everybody on the Wicked set. I'm like, brother, this is beyond me. Everything I talk about is beyond me. I don't know these people, but I'm like, I got nothing. Someone said it's hard to talk about. Yeah, that's my current opinion. So that's why today instead we're going to be talking about Jelly Roll. He. Someone says harder when it's analyzing real people versus fictional characters. Yeah, very much so. Someone said good call. Thank you for understanding. Look, we trying over here. That's all I ask. I try to make good decisions, and hopefully people understand them as such, even if they're not the perfect decisions. That's really all I can do, man. Anyways, someone said it's redundant. Well, yeah, that too. Like, it's really tricky knowing when to pull the trigger on like a completely redundant topic. Like, for example, I put up a video about the Melania Trump documentary. Dude, everybody was saying the exact same things about that documentary. I didn't really have any sort of unique commentary or perspective on it. I just thought it was interesting. But sometimes there are situations that are so commonly talked about, and I don't even want to, I don't know. I just kind of get bored by them. You got to be careful though. Because commentary audiences, I feel like not you guys. And I know everybody with an audience is like, oh, everyone's so bad except my audience. No, I'm being honest. I don't usually see this, but commentary audiences are really annoying sometimes when you don't talk about things. And they're like, oh my God, that's so weird that, D'Angelo's criticizing all of these things and he didn't mention this one person or whatever. I see that with a lot of other people. I think mostly because I typically try to establish that I only ever really talk about things if I feel like it. So if I'm not talking about it, I just don't want to. But yeah, sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe I should make a video just so people don't think I'm avoiding making a video. But no, dude, like at the end of the day, if somebody is giving me too much cringe, I'm just finna not say it. If everybody already knows something's bad, I don't always have to pop in. It's just me personally, that's me. But that's quite enough about Ariana Grande, quite enough about Cynthia Erivo. No, you know what I'll say about Cynthia Erivo? She can sing. That's the thing that's like, I'm shook. I think I was purposely ignoring everything from Wicked, but then it happened. One of the songs played in my presence, and I was like, wow. She is so talented. I didn't realize what kind of singing voice or what kind of pipes she was rocking with. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy. Someone said, wait, WTF is Jelly Roll? We're gonna get into that in about 11-ish minutes, so don't you worry about a thing. Don't you worry. This is so interesting. Yeah, no, today's stream, it's a culmination of a lot of things. Because I feel like there's been a lot of things that I've been talking about in my live streams that have not been winding up in my videos, right? Like if you watch my videos, you see me going in with like a lot of these opinions and stuff. But I think when you watch the live streams, but then when you get the videos, I'm usually cutting a lot of that out because I'm never making like clearly defined points. It's more of a through line between my streams where you sort of understand where I am with like these political opinions and stuff. But today we finally have a through line where I can explain to people exactly how I feel about this sort of like wishy-washy weird apolitical celebrity pushback culture southern hick boy thing that we're getting. I can call anybody in the world that I want to hick, just so you know. Any sort of derogatory term for southerners, I'm finna use that because I'm from Texas. But yeah, no, like, I'm excited that this video can finally piss off a lot of people. It's funny, earlier I said I didn't think it would be what's the word, like, divisive, but I do definitely think, like, if you're somebody who watches only my videos and you don't realize what I've been saying politically lately, that you're gonna watch this video and you're gonna be like, oh my god, when did D'Angelo turn political? This is so cringe. I don't want to watch this. Glad it's happening, because I definitely did gain some new fans recently, and I always have to reset expectations. Every time you grow on the internet, you got, like, you can't control who follows you, so every now and then you got to just annoy people a little bit so they leave. all the like pseudo apolitical center whatever. Oh, this ain't the video for them. They finna hate this one for sure. But yeah, we can finally be annoying and leftist on main. I'm like, yes, it's time. Thanks for getting too comfy for a second there. It's a no for me, dog. Reading chat. Someone said, what did Bunny do? Are you going to talk about his weird wife too? Yes. I am going to mention Bunny XO as well. Not like as much. Not as much. Honestly, chat, I know this is stupid, but I really have been trying to balance, like, guys getting videos and women getting videos. It's not balanced. I don't think it's been perfect at all, but I've definitely been trying to be like, it can't just be every single day, oh, here's a new woman. So today I'm mostly focusing on Jelly Roll. Bunny XO definitely could be her own video, but I was like, okay, yeah, we need a man. Also, I need some problematic NBs. Just kidding, don't start naming people. But in the ultimate search for equality, I'm like, I want to be dunking on everybody, all of the genders, every single one of them. So just best believe I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, I'm excited for this one. Someone said, D'Angelo, while I drive to Costco. You got a Costco membership? That's fire. Costco is low-key fire, if you really think about it. Someone said, was D'Angelo ever not woke? I used to be not woke for sure. Well, no. I used to be concerned with what people thought about me. So I was quiet on my channel. You watch a lot of my early content. It's a lot of stuff that could easily be interpreted as like both sidesism, whatever, because I didn't want to alienate people. But nowadays, I'm just like, I don't care. It's fine. Everyone will live. Someone said, I ain't never heard someone say put on some Jelly Roll. Me neither. And I will say, if you do like his music, that's okay. It's okay to like Jelly Roll's music. I had to remind myself that while I was making this outline. I'm like, some people literally only like this guy's music, and that's fine. That's not a negative thing. I'm not here to dunk on these people or anything like that. All I'm saying is just like, this is a story about the power of vibes. You know what I mean? It's a story about the power of vibes, but we'll get there. Someone said, I'm a problematic NB. Heck yes, you are. You better believe it. We're all problematic. That's the thing though. Low key, I don't even really love the problematic, unproblematic dichotomy at all. The way that we filter everybody who is anybody, if you will, known, right, has a track record of public behavior. And we put some people like, oh, I love this person because this person is unproblematic. Unproblematic king, unproblematic queen, unproblematic fave. And then we put these people in the box and we're like, oh, these people are problematic. You're definitely setting yourself up for disappointment. Every single person is a human being who cannot possibly be correct on any or every issue. That being said, some people are just awful. I believe in terrible, terrible people. I really do. But I don't really believe in unproblematic people anymore. And I've been saving myself a lot of headache, a lot of discomfort by rejecting the idea of the unproblematic fave. Let me tell you right now, I am not your unproblematic fave. If you think I'm one of the unproblematic YouTubers you're watching, take me off the list. Take me off the list and wait for me to disappoint you. Because it won't be on purpose. It'll just be because I can't get everything right. I'm going to try not to, though. It's very important to me to try not to be awful. And then trying not to be awful, you're usually fine. I think the people who I like who have relatively good or decent track records are just trying not to be awful. And it goes such a long way. Such a long way. Someone said, except Pedro Pascal that I know of. No, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm not finna ruin Pedro Pascal for you, okay? I'm not gonna do it. But I want to de-influence you, okay? Look, I understand. This is a lot of y'all's husband. Did I just pull up a picture of y'all's husband right now? Some people in chat, don't pretend like you're not a stan. This man has ride or dies. But I just want to tell you, don't play this unproblematic game. I think Pedro Pascal is probably fine. He's probably fine. He seems like a really, really, really decent dude. But even if this is your man, even if you are married to this man in your head, don't think of him as an unproblematic fave. Think of him as somebody who was trying to be a decent dude and largely seems like a decent dude, but may someday do something completely stupid. It's better to do that. Someone said let Pedro make mistakes. No, for real. Now listen, like if he's out here suddenly doing some nonsensical, I'm not talking about make mistakes as in like, oh, I'm MAGA now. Brother, that's not a mistake. but keeping up this track record of never actually doing anything that like ever comes across poorly or whatever, I don't know. That's just my opinion though. Someone said I fight for no celebrity. Exactly. Me saying exactly and realizing I'm hypocritical. Okay. Listen though. I also don't consider her to be an unproblematic queen. That's not exactly how I think of her. It's just she comes up in today's video. Y'all have to understand. I was brainwashed. A lot of people my age and older and younger, she was just the coolest person to ever exist. So when I think about the way that people talk about other celebrities, I do understand it because I'm like, no, I would never be like ride or die like that over a celebrity. That's crazy. And then let somebody start talking about Paramore. Let somebody start talking about Hayley Williams. I'm like, never mind. I am a supporter of every single thing that this person does. So like, listen. It's hard not to. It's difficult not to, especially when somebody does have a great track record. Hayley Williams' track record is so fire. And that's why I'm excited that she's a tangential little point in today's outline I get to bring up. Like, Hayley ain't never disappointed me personally. But if she was to do, someone says she's the only exception. She is the only exception. That was a great reference. But no, again, she's still a person. Human being who is trying. That's what I want. Unproblematic faves, reject them. Human beings trying not to be awful people to each other. It's good for me. Sometimes I do love Hayley, not gonna lie. Yeah, no, dude, she's so cool. It's ridiculous. I don't even know how she pulls it off, but it's dope. Definitely an inspiration. Anyways, see how hypocritical? Like, this is also why I don't let people be elitist. I don't let people be elitist. Even if like celebrities are not the thing. There definitely are people who do not consider themselves fans of any celebrity. They're like, why would I do that for a rich person? And I understand and agree fundamentally, but everybody has that one thing. There's always something that really makes me think, wow, I'm not internally consistent. I change. I do things that are against my actual morals because it's more comfortable or convenient for me. It's wild. It's wild. But what can I say? Sometimes you're just a fan. All right, someone said Luffy would never. Well, okay, wait, hold on. That's true though. Like, if you want to stand fictional characters, that's the only unproblematic. Wait, Luffy's not unproblematic, is he? Has he never done anything wrong? Or do you just like him? Actually, I'm not really familiar with his track record. From what I understand, he's decent though, right? This is a good character. He's a good guy. Yeah, if you're like, this is my guy, he's never ever finna disappoint me. That's fine. That's okay. You can do that. You're much less likely to get disappointed that way. Someone said you can be a fan of the work of or the character of a person, but not the person as a human. That's how I feel. Exactly. I'm a fan of the things that Haley Williams does and says, and the consistency that she's shown throughout the years. Her as a person, I don't know. It's that simple. So people are saying Luffy's problematic. Okay, no. I kind of thought like, no, he is problematic. Listen. I might have only watched the first like 17, was it 17 or 34 episodes of One Piece, but I was getting some vibes. I was like, I feel like this character would do anything to achieve his goal. Anything. Some say Hatsune Miku is unproblematic. She's a good unproblematic fave. I support her as well. All right. Anyways, that's enough. That's enough about anime. We're at the 30-minute mark. It's time to get into this. I'm gonna drink some water. We're gonna start recording. I'm pretty excited. Someone said the Wuthering Heights video was so good. Thank you. I was happy to contribute to the discourse, and thank you for watching. Okay. Everybody say hi to YouTube. We're recording. We are so recording. I could not possibly be more recording. I'm here to talk about Jelly Roll. This is a person, not a dessert. And how he represents, I would say, a phenomenon that's a little tricky to put your finger on. Because if somebody is constantly telling you that they're not something, and they're never saying what they actually are, I'm set up to fail if my argument is actually you are this thing that you're claiming not to be, no matter how hard you're railing against it. But today, instead of going off of vibes, I'm actually just trying to go off of evidence here. Jelly Roll has a pretty devoted fan base because of his redemption arc from career criminal to, I don't know exactly what he would consider himself. Artist? Musician? Let's see. Hold on. Jelly Roll. American rapper and singer. That's definitely one way of putting it. And so I want to tell you right now, if you're just a fan of his music, that's okay. I'm not here to say it's bad to listen to certain people or this, that, the other. I would like to get into his history, though, of associating with the MAGA crowd while simultaneously claiming to have nothing to do with it, and why I find this specific brand of Southern good old boy, I'm just a hillbilly hick, I don't know nothing about nothing, to be fairly problematic, because besides being a complete sham, it actually relies on so much convenient ignoring of facts, so much like cognitive dissonance and inconsistency. I thought it would be interesting to talk about. Also, his wife runs a podcast, and it's one of the most embarrassing. No, okay, I don't want to spoil, but we're going to talk about that a little bit too. Just a little bit. So here's the man, the myth, the legend. I see a lot of people, criticizing Jelly Roll for things that don't matter. Oh gosh, he has weird tattoos. He looks like this, that, the other. I could not imagine anything mattering less than, someone having face tattoos. Also, someone said, I think of Teddy Swims. Dude, so many people, I was reading a lot of comments for this video. So many people get Teddy Swims confused with Jelly Roll. Can I get a comparison? Is it this actually both of them right now? No, that's not real. That's AI. Everything is AI nowadays. Okay. This is literally like the final boss of trailer trash. So I'm going to sound so mean talking about these people, but I want you to know I'm from Texas. Any sort of like anti-Southern discrimination or whatever, it's not coming from me genuinely. I think a lot of these people proudly label themselves as such. These are actually the final boss of like trailer trash aesthetic men who are currently making music for everybody. I will say though, if I had to do like a ranking, someone said Nightmare Blunt rotation. If I had to do a ranking, I would say Teddy Swims is largely fine. I'm not super into his music or anything like that, but he seems okay. I would say Post Malone, highly suspicious. Highly suspicious. There's a lot there. And funnily enough, many of the things I'm going to say about Jelly Roll, you could lightly apply these very same criticisms to Post Malone. And then Jelly Roll himself on the right here, it's a no from me. It's a no from me, dog. So they're actually, whoever put this image together, y'all ranked them correctly. Y'all ranked them in order from least to most offensive. And I think it's amazing. It's amazing. So it's a Trailer Trash triplets. No, this is so good. This is so good. Okay, so this one is Jelly Roll. Let's not confuse him with the other bros. He started off making what I would describe as like sad boy rap. Here, we'll play a little bit of that. Wait, I gotta fix my PC audio or I'm not gonna hear Jack Diddley Squat. See, I just said Jack Diddley Squat somewhat unironically. I'm from the South. I really am. Also, there's nothing that American Southerners love doing more than making fun of ourselves and each other. Like, nobody can drag like someone from the South harder than somebody else who is from the South. So here I am with my yee Jack Diddley Squat self. Let's go ahead and get into this. All right. I don't want copyright issues on my live stream because that's going to be cringe, but maybe not as cringe as the song itself. This is old school Jelly Roll. We're talking 15 years ago, 2010, back when he wanted to be a rapper. He just be riding all alone. 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 You know, it's okay. Me too sometimes, you know. I mean, maybe not right now. We got hella people in the live chat, so the illusion of aloneness has been shattered. But what's going to become really clear to you if you're like a Jelly Roll stan coming into this video, you might start thinking to yourself, it seems like you already had a bias against this guy. And you had a vibe, and then you just looked for any and everything that confirmed your vibes about this person. Yes. I want you to know right now that was my methodology for this video. There's no point in hiding it at all. Let me show you the very first Jelly Roll video I ever saw. About 2.5 years ago, I was bored on YouTube, like you are right now. Don't lie. Why else are you here? I was bored on YouTube, like you are right now, and I went to the music section, and I saw this video called Wild Ones by Jesse Murph featuring Jelly Roll. And at this point, I was like, oh, I've heard of this guy, Jelly Roll. I'm somewhat familiar with him, but I've never actually listened to his music. Someone said that's unfair. Oh, trust. You're going to see how very unfair it is. I was like, I've heard of this dude, Jelly Roll, but I've never listened to his music. I want to give him a shot. I want to give him a shot. So I clicked play. White people rapping. It's come up before. We've talked about Iggy Azalea. We've talked about similar people. It's like, it's not always a bad thing. In fact, I don't think anybody rapping inherently is a negative thing. I'm just letting you know right now. I start asking myself some questions. I typically do. And I was like, I know exactly how the rest of the story goes. I watched this 2.5 minute music video and I was like, I know exactly what kind of dude this is. But you know what? You can't only go off of vibes. No, hold on. We got to get into the lyrics. They're actually so good on this song. So in his verse, he says, wait, you can't see my screen. He says, yeah, I'm attracted to things that are really crazy. Asking me how I've been feeling lately. Oh, Genius doesn't even want me to read these. Coming for mine and it's do or die. I won't let it slide. Okay, the part that I love, a whole lot of problems living in Gotham, and Bunny's my Harley Quinn. I was raised in the darkness, forgive me. You know, the police will never take us alive. Well, Jelly Roll, the police are statistically quite likely to take you alive, but it was a lot. It was a lot for me. And that's when I decided, let me go ahead and opt out of the Jelly Roll discourse. I don't really think I'm the target audience, and that's okay. Not everything in this world was made for me. Also, if you're wondering, like, Bunny is my Harley Quinn, that's the wife with the podcast. We're going to get into that. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to say the least. So when he popped back up on my radar, it was because people were upset at his recent statement at the Grammys when he was asked about ICE. Now, I won't even give you for those of you who don't know, obviously we all are likely abreast of the scenario of what's happening right now in the country, at the United States, with ICE. Their violence against everybody, really, they should have violence against nobody, but their violence against citizens, people who are not documented, etc. And so when asked about this on the red carpet at the Grammys, Jelly Roll had this to say. Someone said, wow, how did he think of those rhymes, loose goose, speaking the truth? Someone said Joker Roll. Wait, that's not nice. Don't call him Joker Roll, because then I'm finna laugh, and then I look like I'm mean, right? Wait, he basically is like Heath Ledger's. He basically is Heath Ledger's Joker, one step removed. No, you know what's really, 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 really funny about this? I was really trying to get to the origin of this dude, and I saw that he used to open for Insane Clown Posse. So if y'all are not familiar with like Insane Clown Posse and just their whole aesthetic, their whole vibe that they have going on, it's a lot for sure. All I'm saying is the Joker allegations may be a little more real than even you realize, but don't worry about it. That's quite irrelevant to the points I'm making today. So as for his statement about ICE, hopefully we can hear this one.
Would you be willing to comment on what's going on in our country right now?
I don't really. So this is the truth, and I'm glad somebody asked, because I love talking about this stuff when people care to hear my opinion. But so I can tell you that people shouldn't care to hear my opinion, man. You know, I'm a dumb redneck. I haven't watched enough. I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I've had one for 4 months and don't have social media.
All right. Starting off strong. We've definitely heard this before, right? Jelly Roll is not, I guess, the origin of this problem. He's sort of an embodiment of this very common idea that famous people shouldn't really be giving their opinions on things because famous people are stupid. He really, really leans into this. I'm just a guy from God knows where. So here.
I hate to be the artist that's that aloof, but I've become so disconnected from what's happening, and I'm just not I grew up in a house of like insane pandemonium, and like I didn't even know politics were real until I was in my mid-20s in jail. Like, that's how disconnected. When you grow up in a drug addict household, you think we like have common calls about what's happening in world politics?
I actually think all of these are valid things to consider. Initially, I would just like to say, Jelly Roll, if you became conscious of politics in your mid-20s, which is such a privilege, and we sort of look at your current age, you know, I don't think it's a stretch to say, actually, it's quite sad to continue to be willfully ignorant. But what you're going to be seeing is like, no one is actually as ignorant as they claim to be. Anyways.
Like, we're just trying to find a way to survive, man, you know? And I have a lot to say about it, and I'm going to in the next week, and everybody's going to hear exactly what I have to say about it in the most loud and clear way I've ever spoken in my life. So I look forward to it.
Would you be?
So I don't believe that happened. His claim that he was actually going to give us more information about that. Hold on. I saw this article headline about it and I was like, no, he definitely never followed up on that. Look. News. It was this Vulture article. Jelly Roll missed his deadline. He did not follow up at any point about his comments on ICE, his thoughts about these things. So what little hope I had that I was like, okay, maybe he just does have opinions and thoughts and he just wants to get them out in a more, cohesive way, even though it's not that difficult to say ICE should be abolished. And I don't know, it's pretty easy. But I was like, maybe he is cooking up a response. No, he was just dipping like a coward. I will say people who are like dodgy about this sort of thing really put the ice in cowardice. But moving on. It's okay. You don't have to say things. I am never really coming at this from the angle of like, oh, I want to control people. Everyone must be a political activist. It's just things like this are really dodgy, really privileged and strange, obviously. Someone said it's the whole right wing. I'm not political. Yeah, no, we're very much getting into that today. Trust. So let's go ahead and get into this idea that he doesn't know anything about politics at all. Listen, you had to know I was going to start from the top and just work my way down. When you are out here kikiing it with Donald J. Trump, it gets increasingly difficult for me to believe you in that, like, all of this is just kind of new to you. All of this is just kind of, I don't really think about these things too deeply. I'm sorry, this is not a position that you wind up in very easily. You actually have to do a series of very specific things to even be shaking Donald J. Trump's hand. Let's go ahead and get into some of these things. So on his podcast with his wife, when everybody was obviously kind of put off by this picture because it's gross, he talked about, again, the same story of, I'm not political. This was not a thing that, had anything to do with my actual beliefs. I was just excited to meet the president. We're going to skip forward to 47 minutes and 49 seconds.
Wellness doesn't
Or we
have
would
to be
if this website was working. Oh, it is. Nice. 47, 49. Well, this is easier said than done. Oh no, this is easier said than done, chat. Oh, I was so close. Okay, you know what? 47 will have to be close enough. Let's go. So he's talking to his wife here about this.
Like, people who actually know me know.
Wait, sorry. It's so quiet. You can't hear nothing. I am going to turn it up and we will suffer less. Or together, depending on how you look at it.
That I am.
Okay, that's better.
Cool. Like, people who actually know me know that I'm also one of them old school dudes. You talked about this earlier with me. I like to talk about things I'm passionate about. With that, I like to know about them. I don't know enough about politics to act like I know anything that's going on, what anybody's standing for policy wise. I genuinely don't know.
I think the government's a sham, and I have been a conspiracy theorist my entire life. I voted one time when I was 18. I think it was from Ronald Reagan. I don't even remember. It was fucking way back.
Okay, sorry, reeling it back in. Reeling it back in. Dude, the privilege. Somebody said still really quiet. Yeah, you're gonna have to turn it up. This is such a common line of thinking of actually, again, policy doesn't matter. Yes, our policy happens to be me kikiing it with Donald Trump, but like, that's just because it was a vibe. I don't have MAGA beliefs, right? Here, it continues.
Back in the fucking 90s and shit. Or maybe it was like Bush. I don't fucking know. I don't know. But either way, I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew that I was 18 and it was time to vote. And that's what I was taught to do, you know?
I didn't grow up in a voting culture. My father didn't push voting on me. My mother didn't push voting on me. Like they did push respect our president on me, though. They
exactly.
did like my father was real big about, you don't disrespect, you know what I mean? Like, you just, like, That's the hardest job in the world. Like,
Did your father teach you not to respect rapists, though? Because I was in the South. I also got this big shtick about, like, oh, yes, you have to support the office. But there's also a very strong pushback against people who are exactly like Donald J. Trump. Big wigs from New York who are horrible people and get away with the most insane things and will continue to do so. That wasn't part of your Southern upbringing. It probably was, but I believe you were ignoring all of this.
Respect whoever has it, you know? And
I grew up in a family that fought over politics. I had a Republican mom and a Democrat father who I watched how it would tear people apart at a young age before any of this was on the fucking internet. There was nothing about that I wanted to even be involved in. I actually have political trauma.
Yeah.
I have just coined that term. Everybody start using that term.
yeah. Yeah. No, I feel that.
Well, I'll start using it as per Bunny's request. I think I have a little bit of political trauma too. I think some people tend to have this because, you know, elements of your identity get politicized without your permission. And so then your actual basic human rights are political issues, which I find to be quite traumatic. I've noticed that happen a lot with certain people, but if your source of political trauma was just that your parents were arguing a little bit because one of them was a Democrat, the other was a Republican, I guess that works too. I would never want to invalidate somebody's trauma.
I look back at my relationship with politics, like we didn't watch election night. I don't have one memory of us like as a family really giving a shit who was getting elected.
Yeah.
So I just always carried that. Now, fast forward, like I knew who Robert Kennedy was because I like.
All right, quite enough, quite enough of this. I think we get the. I think we get the point. I think we get the point. Someone said political trauma is hilarious. No, it's so funny. I'm sorry. I have political trauma. That's one of the funniest. Like it's not funny, but it's definitely one of the funniest things anyone has ever said in one of my videos. I have political trauma too, Bunny. God. So. Moving on with this, I would like to say there are so many reasons that this doesn't make sense. Here's one of them, and you let me know if this is too much of a jump.
Having a rock and roll band behind
I personally believe that if you're testifying before Congress,
aka Jelly Roll, speaking to lawmakers on
maybe you're not completely, you know, checked out of politics. But what did he say? Disconnected on the Grammys floor. He's over here.
now he's sharing his.
Wait, sorry. I just realized there was audio playing in the background as I was talking. This happened to me. I need to leave my headphones on, bro. This happened to me in my video yesterday. I had to cut out a part of it because I was like, oh, wait. I was talking and the audio was talking. Okay, wait. Let me mute this so I can actually hear what's going on. Anyways, what I was saying was, I would argue that if you're actually testifying before Congress, then you're not quite as disconnected from the reality of politics as you would assume. He's over here pushing for the passage of a fentanyl eradication and narcotics deterrence act. Like, Jelly Roll, this is political activism that you're doing, which, by the way, these are things that you should do for sure. But it's the selectiveness of it and how quickly it falls apart, right? When it comes to, oh, you know for sure that somebody like DJT has these insane stances on immigrants, you know, trans issues, anything that exists. These are the things that you don't know about. But when it comes to political issues that you actually feel affect you because you have some sort of tie to them, all of a sudden you're real loud. You'll be in Congress. That's how political you want to be. Someone said you might be a smidgen politically active. A little bit. Just a little bit. Someone said privilege. It's such a privilege to get to be picky and choosy. And actually, that's something that I learned recently too. I've talked about this a little bit in my live stream like yesterday and stuff, but basically, like, don't let people essentially sell your one issue to you of, yeah, we're good on this one thing, and then ignore everything else that's affecting all of these other people, whether they're here or elsewhere. It's not a good way of doing politics, but that's what we're getting here. Also, I have Here's another one where you might have to let me know again if I'm reaching. And obviously I'm being facetious. I know that I'm right about this. Chat, I feel like the reason he probably didn't want to say too much about ICE might be because he was kicking it with Kristi Noem, who wife, mother, grandma, farmer, rancher, small business owner, and Secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. In other words, one of the people directly responsible for ICE's insanity. And when I say directly responsible, I'm talking about actually pushing for making this worse for everybody. Trying to pull a source here. Hold on, wait. My outline's acting up. Secretary Kristi Noem announces expanded leadership to revamp ICE. So maybe when Kristi's on Twitter a couple years ago saying you make incredible music, your heart is even more incredible, you've overcome so much in your life, saying I'm proud to call this man my friend, you're out here, maybe that's why when you're asked about ICE on the stage, you freeze and you're like, oh, ICE? I'm just an idiot. I don't know anything about that. Sometimes I testify in Congress when I actually do selectively know things that I feel like would help me and the people around me. But this, no, dude. This is so obvious what's going on here. I'm telling you right now, so few people in this position who claim to not know anything about politics. It is almost never true. It's usually just that they are quite informed about politics. They just don't want the smoke. So they are actively choosing what to sound knowledgeable about and what not to. And I find it to be fascinating. Also, if you're just like, okay, you know what? Shaking hands with Donald Trump and kicking it with the head of the Department of Homeland Security and all these things is not really proving anything. But chat, if you're in a prayer circle with Tucker Carlson, like, where do we go from here? Am I actually supposed to sit here and take you at your word that you're not MAGA? You're not a conservative. Definitely not. You were just so deeply ingrained into conservative culture right now. If you don't know who Tucker Carlson is, that means you live a good life. I'm borrowing that line from foreign streamer. He's a streamer, YouTuber. We've collaborated recently. Foreign man in a foreign land. He said, if you don't know who this person is, talking about somebody else, that means you live a well-adjusted life. If you're not familiar with right-wing conservative commentator Tucker Carlson, good for you. I'm just telling you right now, this is not the kind of person you randomly wind up at a Christmas party with. So, brother, you MAGA. Why not just say it? I think the thing is, like, whatever it is that he's so scared of, it's not going to happen. Nobody's really going to drop you, I guess. There's been so few repercussions for anybody who associates themselves with these people. I almost don't even understand what it is he's trying to hold on to. But yeah, that's the politics side of it. And what you get a lot of times when it comes to trying to call things out like this and say, oh no, actually associating with people like this is weird. Giving these super privileged takes and not condemning things that are obviously wrong is strange. You're going to get a lot of his defenders showing up and saying, oh, you know what? Leave Jelly Roll alone. Jelly Roll might be an idiot, but that's our idiot. Here you have right here. Jelly Roll gets pardoned from drug and robbery charges. I can't read. Jelly Roll gets pardoned from drug and robbery charges. So, like, it's such a massive part of his issue that he was in and out of prison for anything from robbery to drug possession, etc. Of course, he did get that pardon at the end of last year, which, good for him. But, like, he leans super hard into this, I've changed. Actually, it's all love. Jesus fixed me. Jesus saved me. And that's why I know for sure that even in this video, I'm finna have people in the comments talking about, oh, you are definitely just one of those annoying, people trying to... This seems quite obvious to me, but all you got to do is go in Jesus hard enough and people will forgive you.
This is so hard to talk about because I've been called a lukewarm, a fence rider. I've been called a cussing Christian.
You know, I've had all these people, and I know that God's got a lot more to do with me. I know that. I know I got a long way to go. And I know that my heart was only to share the faith that changed my life. I might wear it a little different than other people. I might say things that other Christians don't think are right to say, but ultimately I have a heart for God and I have a heart for Jesus. You were thinking so dangerously outside of the box.
Come on.
A lot of Christians, y'all read that book. You read that book. You heard that part in the sermon where Jesus was on the cross. They were nailing him because of his beliefs. And you were like, oh no, that's me. That's me. When Jesus did that, that represented how much of a victim I also believe I am. I'm sorry, I have no sympathy for Christian persecution complexes. None. When I was 4 years old, my mama said, in no uncertain terms, all right, son, you're conscious. You got to do the thing. And so I accepted Jesus into my heart. I devoted my life to our Lord and Savior. I told other people that I did this. My mama was just trying to save me from hell because she genuinely believed that that's how these things work. Since then, we've actually both deconstructed. Jokes on Jesus. But like, if anybody gets to call this absolute garbage, it would definitely be me. You can too. If you're in chat and you're not a Christian and you'd be like, you don't have to be a Christian to criticize Christians. I agree. But let me tell you right now, brother, this is garbage. I have no sympathy for this idea of like, oh, Christians, they're not accepting me because I curse and yeah, I'm so outside of the box. Society hates us, this, that, the other. You were the oppressors, though. Like, did y'all not look at history? Okay, it's fine. It
is, even with me, dude, you could have called anybody else in this town and something a little less controversial.
Because I got his heart.
Thank you, brother, for picking me, man.
So honored by your words,
Thank you for
man.
picking me, brother.
Also, I realize that people are like, they're playing copyrighted music in the background. I hope I don't get slammed for that. That's not even worth. This clip was not worth catching a copyright claim over. But yeah, no, he's leaning super hard into this. Actually, I'm a Christian. Now, let me tell you this right now. If you, how do I word this? You're not a fake Christian for cursing. You said the F word. God's not gonna strike you down from on high. You're not gonna go to hell, right? I don't believe you're a fake Christian for, some of y'all are gonna hate this. I don't think you're a fake Christian for having extramarital sex. You could do that and still be a Christian. The Bible's hella outdated, honestly. There's so many things. I don't think that you're a fake Christian if you're gay, for example. I actually do genuinely believe that everybody's sort of personal faith or interpretation is up to them. But I'm telling you right now, you a fake Christian if you MAGA. You're a fraud. You're a fraud. You're a fraud. It's not the gays, and it's not the people who are not married to each other but still in relationships. It's not the people having children out of wedlock who are fake and bad Christians. It's not the people cursing or sinning. It is conservatives. They are the only fake Christians I've actually ever seen in my entire life. And the funny thing is, that's kind of Jesus's whole message. That's the funny thing. If you really read the Bible and then you realize, like, who was Jesus criticizing? It was people like this who are very loudly like, oh, I'm so religious and elevated, but also I'm hateful to other people who are marginalized in society. So Jesus called y'all fake Christians, not me. I'm actually just spreading the word of God. I'm on YouTube doing the Lord's work. And you're probably going to have an opinion about my opinion about Christianity. I was put here on this earth right now to preach to all of you that you should stop listening to Jelly Roll. Anyways, moving on. Oh, and by the way, that music that they were playing in the background, I think it was this song. If you're thinking to yourself, okay, D'Angelo, well, I didn't really, oh no, it's playing. If you're thinking to yourself, okay, D'Angelo, I wasn't really rocking with like the rap music and then the weird country rap stuff. It wasn't really for me. What about his new Christian music? Surely that would sound a little bit better. That really, really motivated me to close this tab. So moving on from that, he's all in though. I need y'all to understand. It's like he had nothing to say about ICE at the Grammys, right? Because why would you piss off your friend Christy? However, Jesus, when nobody even asked, he's super down to share his opinion about that. Here, hopefully this audio is fine.
I know they're gonna try to kick me off here.
No, it's quiet. I'm gonna turn it up for you. That's my favorite spot. Wait, where are all my extensions? Okay, I can't. I don't know how to do my job, y'all. Try being an influencer for a day. Okay, here we go. Also, you're gonna get the persecution nonsense in the beginning of this as well, where he's like, "Oh, they're not gonna let me be Christian on stage."
I know they're gonna try to kick me off here, so just let me try to get this out. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord. Second of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you. I'd have ended up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus. I thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Bow, Country Radio, baby. What's up, dog?
Jesus, he's listening. He's listening. He's listening. I'm gonna tell you right now. Jesus ain't listening to you. I don't know too much about Jesus, but he would never have Jelly Roll in his playlist. I know that my Lord and Savior, the one I accepted when I was 4, had much better taste in music than this. But anyways.
Oh, Republic, John Manili, we did it, baby. There was a time in my life, y'all, that I was broken. That's why I wrote this album. I didn't think I had a chance, y'all. There was days that I thought the darkest things. I was a horrible human. There was a moment in my life that all I had was a Bible this big and a radio the same size and a 6x8 foot cell. And I believed that those two things could change my life. I believed that music had the power to change my life and God had the power to change my life.
Do you see the part where he's getting kicked off stage for spouting Christian rhetoric? Me neither.
And I want to tell y'all right now, Jesus is for everybody. Jesus is not owned by one political party. Jesus is not owned by no music label. Jesus is Jesus, and anybody can have a relationship with him. I love you, Lord.
So I think that was the most politically charged statement that I was able to find in just me looking at this video was Jesus doesn't belong to any one political party, which... Try telling that to some of your friends, Jelly Roll. I think they need to hear this. Anyways, he's definitely all in on this idea of like Christianity's getting kinder. And I want to emphasize, if it literally just was this guy spreading love and positivity. Oh, my bad. If it really just was this guy spreading love and positivity, I wouldn't be sitting here saying, no, people should stop spreading love and positivity. That's a bad thing. This is what he says.
But I love where contemporary Christianity is heading right now. Mm-hmm. I think it's back in love and empathy. I think Christians are like, and I am a Christian, but I think the like popular Christianity is like back in the world again. Mm-hmm. Doing it the way, like, it's not being preachy on corners and through megaphones. It's like through.
Does the Grammy stage not count as being preachy through a megaphone? It's okay. It's okay. Are you not currently preaching through a Shure SM7B? We're on dangerously similar territory here, Jelly Roll. Anyways, here.
Like, it's not being preachy on corners and through megaphones. It's like through acts of service, through acts of kindness. Like, Christians are back showing up for people. You know, the Christian community makes up 70% of the world's giving.
So I was like, you know what? Let's get into some of this kindness that Jelly Roll's trying to spread. Because I'm sure, like, what's really annoying about this Christian narrative or whatever is it makes it insanely easy for me to look like the bad guy. If somebody is sitting here spreading this message of apparent love and positivity and not doing anything really besides being seen shaking people's hands and stuff, and I'm over here making a video saying you're a fraud and everything that you stand on is just fake and you represent a huge problem in the country right now, I look like a terrible person. I think the issue here is I don't care how I come across because I happen to know that I'm right. He, on the other hand, let's get some of those old-fashioned love and positivity from our friend Jelly Roll over here. This was posted to his own TikTok or his own Instagram, posted to his own social media a few years ago.
I'm so fucking mad right now.
Wait, volume. We finna volume it up. Volume master. Okay, great. Here we go. Also, funnily enough, Jesus comes up in this video too.
I'm so fucking mad right now. I just went to Fleet Feet, a place I bought dozens of pairs of shoes at, and I took my 71-year-old mother there. I watched the store manager walk up to a young man working the desk and go, "Hey, would you help that sweet old lady over there?" Young man goes, and he points at a guy walking in the door. Younger man. I watched this young fucking cock-sucking, cocky prick just kind of shrug her off. Manager.
They gonna get so mad at me if I say that's homophobic. They finna get pissed if I call that homophobic. Because they're gonna be like, "Oh, D'Angelo, you're just going down a list of everything phobic and this, that, the other." But I can't stress this enough. That's quite a homophobic start to this video. Anyways.
Manager has to, the manager has to, I'm losing my voice. I'm so mad. I just screamed at everybody in the store. The manager so fucking just walks back, grabs another dude. The whole time I'm sitting there thinking, I want to fucking hit this young man with the open hand of the Lord. And I just go through it. I smile because I don't want mama to see me mad neither, you know? And I'm dealing.
There's that Christianity for you. If it wasn't for Jesus, I would actually assault you right now. It's funny because his wife says the exact same thing in a later clip that we have, and I'm just like, it really is a specific kind of person who talks about retail workers this way. Seriously.
Dealing with it. We get to finish it. I walk my mother outside, and I walk back in the store, and I crawl in that fucking kid's ass. And then the manager has the audacity to fucking tell me, "Sir, could y'all talk about this outside? I don't want my customers hearing it." I said, "Bitch, you need to worry about the customers on the internet hearing this."
Well, we're hearing it, Jelly Roll. I guess I can leave it to the individual listener to decide whether or not he's coming across the way he seems to think he is in this video. This is quite concerning, man.
You don't need to worry about the 3 people in here buying a $180 pair of fucking hokas hearing it. And one, you wouldn't have to worry about customers knowing what the fuck's going on in this store if you taught some proper etiquette to your motherfucking employees. See, what y'all don't know is God is with me. I am blessed. I am thankful and I am grateful and I am full of gratitude because
it'd be the worst people on Facebook talking about #blessed. It'd be somebody on Facebook posting one of those little images with the text and the emojis around it, like the laughing, crying emojis, talking about #blessed or some Bible verse. The worst human beings you ever met. The worst people you ever met in your life. I swear to God, there is a specific kind of person who defaults to constantly reminding everybody how they're the God's favor. Every tongue that rises against them shall fall. Brother, all the time. It never changes. War never changes.
If I was not, I would march back into that store right now, and it would look like a scene out of a motherfucking movie.
Now, if God changed his heart in, I couldn't pull an exact date for that clip, but it wasn't that long ago. If God truly completely changed him as a person and he's not somebody who would yell at an entire store because they didn't help his mom fast enough, then who am I to say? Who am I to say? All I'm saying is this just seems quite counter to this idea of like, oh yes, I'm doing the Christian thing because it's like love and positivity for all of us. This is very odd. Moving on. I'm not even going to introduce this one. I'm just going to hard cut into exactly what I'm talking about.
They send me a video and you're on the video like, oh, by the way, Tyler Far, fuck you too. For the song with Diesel Gang, all of my...
Wait, hold on. I gotta put the captions on. Actually, the volume is pretty much fine. Let's just boost it a little bit. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Volume. Now you may not hear what's being said here because it's kind of tricky, but just try to pay attention to the captions. Try to pay attention to the captions and then this will make sense, okay? 742.
I'm beefing with Alvin because I don't care what you're beefing because you're beefing with Tyler Farr, nigga. I'm not beefing with Tyler Farr. That's what somebody told me about.
It's that little character right here. This little 2 brackets with the underscores that YouTube did not auto translate was the N-word. No hard R, you know. It was just. And this is why when I tell you that I be side-eyeing the hell out of white rappers, side-eyeing the absolute bejesus, if you will, for lack of a better term, because I'm like, oh no, you definitely be out there singing along to Kendrick and you be singing every word. You probably be singing every word, huh? You be rapping every word. No, bro, it's a no from me, dog. You know what's really funny too? He has had no sort of like anything for that. I feel like that one's actually. Someone said it was really muffled. Yeah, no, it was muffled, but essentially he said you were beefing with insert other country person N-word, and I'm just like, brother, you're a stereotype at this point. you were actually like almost seemed determined to check every single box. Someone said I just joined. What's going on? Oh. A lot. I'm just talking about Jelly Roll and how he has a history of some nonsense here. What he reminds me of, or what is interesting, he kind of makes me think of Morgan Wallen a little bit. If I was to think about Jelly Roll. Now, I would say Morgan Wallen has his own version of annoying. I talked about this guy years and years and years ago. I feel like he rose to prominence essentially for getting caught screaming slurs on a Ring doorbell or whatever, and then went on to have career heights that were far beyond anything he had before, which is again why any sort of persecution over like, oh, they're mad at me, nothing ever happens. It's giving Morgan Wallen. And also, whenever I think about Morgan Wallen, I just think about this Haley Williams clip right here, which I thought was so good.
Ready to scream at the top of my lungs about.
Wait. I'm finna boost. Let's go. I feel like. Okay, there we go. Testing?
For not.
Yeah, that's much better. All right. Make you bigger and scroll back.
I'm never not ready to scream at the top of my lungs about racial issues. I think because it's so intersectional that it overlaps with everything from climate change to like LGBTQIA plus issues.
There's a line on.
Oh, she right though. People get mad when you start like trying to connect everything to racism. They be like, oh my God, you're like seeing the world through racism goggles. No, she's absolutely correct that you can see the world through racism goggles, and it starts explaining quite a few things. That doesn't mean I'm some sort of like victim or I believe anyone's out to get me, but she's correct about that one thing. And also almost anything she's ever said.
On the title track, Ego Death, where you say something like,
I'll be the biggest star at this racist country singer's bar.
You want to name names? Could be a couple.
Okay. So who was she talking about? A racist country singer in her song?
It could be a couple, but I'm always talking about Morgan Wallen. I don't give a Find me at Whole Foods. I don't care.
Find me at Whole Foods. No, honestly, this is the level of like smoke that I wish to see more of. You should. Nature would start to heal if celebrities would just call out other celebrities and be like, you know what? Actually, fight me at Whole Foods. You're racist. It's kind of incredible. If anything, it's things like this where I'm like, I am definitely going to be less nice to people because this is better. This is better than the alternative, but that's a tangent. I was just using this as an opportunity to start talking about Haley Williams because I'm a fan and I'm just obsessed. It's bad. Someone said, who knew she was a comedian? She is low-key funny. But anyways, I have to move back on. One thing I would like to say in general, just re the racism of it all, when I look at this specific brand of rap-infused country or country-infused rap that Jelly Roll is currently doing, which is being embraced so deeply by country music artists and Christians and all these people in the community, if you will. And then I start thinking about things like Shabuzi getting his name made fun of at the Country Music Awards, or Lil Nas X, you know, getting Old Town Road removed from a country chart, which they claimed had nothing at all to do with race. You know, sure, I'm sure that's the case. Or Beyonce seemingly getting snubbed by the Country Music Awards is what some people believe. I would have to agree. War and Treaty, you know, a country music duo, these two people saying that somebody put a cotton plant in their festival dressing room. They were at a festival, which according to this Rolling Stone article, is they were the only two black people on the lineup. And somebody actually went into their dressing room and put a little cotton plant there. It's just hard not to consider these things when I start thinking about, like, of course there's video of Jelly Roll saying the N-word and it doesn't really matter at all. That literally doesn't matter, because the double standard of actual seething hatred for black people in the country music community. And then, you know what really sucks too? There's so many good country artists. It's an important genre and it has good music in it. When I say that I absolutely despise country music, let me tell you what I'm talking about right now. This I don't like Nashville's record label version of country music. I find it to be so cringe, commercialized. It typically sounds really awful as well. Like, the genre itself is beautiful. Someone said country is a historically black genre. Yeah. Okay. That's another thing too, where people will get mad at you if you start explaining just via actual music history that much of popular music right now definitely has its origins in black music, but that's okay. I'm not even here to make that point in this video. Someone said cowboy and outlaw countries where it's at. Yeah, no, exactly. So many amazing country songs, so many amazing country artists, but the reason I can't listen to a country music station is I don't want this Nashville garbage flooding my ears because it's terrible and racist. Someone said I only tolerate country music at Texas Roadhouse. No, that's valid, because if I went to Texas Roadhouse and they weren't playing country music, I would be sad. I'd be sad. Someone said bluegrass is amazing. Yes, it is. It really is. Dolly and Shania Twain. I'm a fan of much of their music for sure, for sure. The Nashville versus Texas country beef lives on and will continue to. And will continue to. Exactly. You understand. Like, this is... Oh, man. No, I don't want to get into my real opinions because these people are all posers. But anyways, moving on from this. What I sort of foresee in Jelly Roll's future right now, if I'm being honest with you, I believe that Jelly Roll is Kid Rock Jr. Kid Rock had the same thing where he sort of had rap music going on, but then is now country adjacent, if that's, I guess, how you want to describe it. It says, according to Wikipedia, rap rock before transitioning to country rock. I promise you, in a how old is Kid Rock? Let's see. Oh, he's almost there. Oh yeah. It's a decade. Chat, it's a decade before we see Jelly Roll at Turning Point USA. It's a decade minimum. I know this is a mean point and I don't really care, but I'll just use any and every opportunity to say that Kid Rock is so weird. Here he is with, I believe this would be RFK Jr. for Maha, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah, okay. Here he is with RFK Jr., who's leading this Maha thing. We talked about Maha yesterday, Make America Healthy, or the other day, Make America Healthy Again. the fact that somebody would actually post this unironically. I'm finna mute this. Not only because I don't want the copyright claim, I just don't want to hate myself by allowing this to enter my eardrums. When I tell you that we do truly live in clown world, like it's actually so over. It's so over, brother. We never been more cooked than this specifically. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Jesus could be continuing to work through Jelly Roll. Maybe he'll save him from his own music. I think that's the only hope for him at this point. Now, I need some more water. Someone said the comments. Oh man, the comments are always... It's funny, actually. One of my next lines right here is about how commenters are. If you look, for example, at Jelly Roll's appearance on Howard Stern, oh man, people love him, and I'm like, that's fine. That's fine. If you're only going, oh, I gotta mute it. If you're only going off of what he's saying, then it makes sense to love this guy. But people are super ride or die. It says it's not how you start your life, it's how you finish. Stay strong. God is smiling at you. This dude and his band are spreading nothing but love and positivity, and we can take as much of it as we can right now. You know, I've heard so many people condemn Jelly Roll and his wife's past destructive lives. That's not even something I did in this video. I actually think I managed to get through the entire video without demonizing him for having a criminal history. I believe. Because that's not something that I actually feel in my heart. That's the wrong thing to do no matter who it is. I just think there's plenty to comment on nowadays. He's a breath of fresh air. I'm 65. I love him. He shows nothing's impossible. Living proof we can turn our lives around and our past behind us. I think if anything, he's living proof that you can just say the right things and be the right kind of person and wind up in this position no matter what. I think about Shia LaBeouf. Y'all been keeping up with Shia LaBeouf recently? I've been trying not to, mostly because it's a no from me, dog. It's definitely a no from me, dog. But he was terrorizing like my people. Louisiana. So yes, I talk a lot of, oh, I misspelled LaBeouf. Yes, I talk a lot about being from Texas, but again, half of my family is also from Louisiana. And recently they were saying he was over here doing, getting arrested on battery charges during Mardi Gras. Like, dude, all Shia LaBeouf really had to do was at one point say, I've changed and I'm no longer abusing my partner. And it was the same thing where everybody was like, now I'm not comparing Jelly Roll to any sort of abuse or whatever. However, if you do want to go the like mistreating your partner route, there is cheating and stuff that I'll talk about that later, only because he himself brought it up. But I want to say, for all of Jelly Roll's defenders, there's definitely nobody who defends him harder than his wife. And you know, on the one hand, I think that's I don't know if I think it's a beautiful thing, but it's a thing for sure. So she's a podcast host because, of course, Jelly Roll's wife has a podcast. Why would she not at this point? I think she was statistically more likely to have one than not. And on the Dumb Blonde podcast, yes, she very much leans into the same image he has of, oh, I don't really know anything. I'm just yee hicking it up. She talks about a lot of things, right? But frequently involving him. Now, I want to say right now, in an effort to stay focused, I'm not really going to super get into Bunny XO. That's what his wife goes by. I'm not going to super get into everything there. Just know that she herself, this video could have just as easily been about her. We could talk about the litigiousness. Because look, I recently had my little run-in with legal threats. It's interesting that Bunny is also this kind of person. On a video where somebody was criticizing her, an Instagram video. She apparently reached out to this dude talking about, are you kidding me? My lawyer will be taking your video down. Just a fair warning. You're not going to bully me. He was like, what? It was true though. Good luck with that. And she said, my image is trademarked. Anyone who posts me can get it. She was like all over this dude's comments talking about like he said she copyright struck the video. She was saying, I'm copyright striking this one too. You met your match today, Bubba. Brother, hopefully I don't have to deal with any of this. I find that to be unlikely because one would hope she's gotten a little bit better at people having opinions about her and or her husband at this point. But when it comes to the defense, I feel like there's wholesome defense and then there's like, oh, you could not pay me to do that. Like if I was married, I had a spouse and I saw people were being unfair or mean to this person or whatever, yes, I would be out there like, you know what? All of y'all shut up. Y'all suck. Y'all know nothing. That's my boo right there. But okay, sorry. Cars in the background. Maybe if you get to the point where you're getting headlines like country music star's wife speaks out after he's accused of picking nose and eating it at UFC event. I'm sorry. You're going to have to defend yourself on that one. You would never catch me on my podcast making excuses for this. So this was a video which I don't even feel like showing you because why would I do that? But yes, we're at the very same event actually where he was hamming it up with DJT. People saw him, I guess, picking his nose and eating it, which it's fine. It's fine. But Bunny said, this is so funny. She admits that he was picking his nose and says, everybody says he ate it, but I saw him roll it in his hand first and kind of flick it and then just touch his mouth. But for everyone to say he did, first of all, my husband has a little tick, okay? He's always had a little tick. And when he's nervous, he picks his nose. Maybe there is... I pray this love never finds me. I pray this type of love never finds me. That's all I can say. You have me in the trenches defending this. It's a no for me, dog. So maybe it should not come as a surprise that she had really strong opinions about the way people were reacting to his statements on, ICE, or rather his lack of statements. Wait, okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't done. Jelly Roll's wife, Bunny XO, says his penis got severely bigger after 275-pound weight loss. Never, not ever. Never. I don't know what would have to happen to me to be in this position where I'm on Howard Stern telling everybody this specific information. But yeah, we're dealing with a really special kind of love here. And if you were wondering, like Joker and Harley, if you're wondering why he said in that song, oh, she's my Harley Quinn, this is why. Someone says severely is crazy. No, severe, dude, the word severely is so funny because like you're essentially saying two things at the same time. But that's okay. That's not important. I'm truly not here to talk about this. So let me just go ahead and move on. And so what she had to say about people criticizing his walk with God. All right. Someone said she needs a journal. I definitely think there are some thoughts that you share and some thoughts that you journal. All right, Bunny, break it down.
All of these people.
Nope. Don't break it down. It is too quiet for me. Volume master, we'll try like 250. All right, it might still be quiet, but y'all can figure it out. Y'all be smart. Y'all smart people. All right, take two. Break it down, Bunny. I'll go back a little bit.
I grew up around people who I did not want to be like, and seeing all of these people online just tearing apart my husband's walk of faith makes me not want to associate with that type of Christianity.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think it's me. It's been happening to me a lot lately. I feel like when I used to make commentary videos about people, the people I was talking about didn't know that commentary existed because I've been doing this a long time. But now everybody knows that you're gonna have this where somebody is sitting and opining on everything. I keep getting randomly like clocked during my own research of like, oh, this is a part where they figure that someone like me is gonna make a video and then they start talking about me. Okay. But she actually seems to be talking about Christians though.
It's so horrific and it is so sad and it's borderline demonic, dude. When I've been seeing videos where people are saying that my husband is he's a performative Christian.
Well, yes. This is so good. This is so good.
Some cunt bag.
Oh, whoa. Oh my God. Wait, okay. To bleep, to bleep the one word, but not the other is crazy, bro.
My husband is he's a performative Christian. Some cunt bag, I forget who she was, made a video and she's like, do you guys want to know what kind of Christian Jelly Roll is? For those of you who don't know, it's a performative Christian.
Why are these people so hateful? Why are these people so hateful? It's actually insane to really be like this in public and content that you yourself are generating and okay with people seeing.
And it's like, first of all, if I wasn't trying to walk with God, I would find you and slap the shit out of you, lady, because your voice.
There we have it again. If I wasn't a Christian, if I didn't have a real vested interest in seeming like I was a Christian, I would actually just assault you. You know, what's that one meme? Weird that it happened twice. There we go. Okay. Oh, this is so small. This is so blurry. If I had a nickel for every time Jelly Roll or Bunny XO threatened to assault somebody, if God wasn't going to stop them, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
The pitch was just so much. It was like nails on a chalkboard. But I'm trying to turn the other cheek and be better. To me, in what world is it okay to ever question somebody's walk with God?
Yeah.
This one right here. The one that you are in, Bunny. We're in this world together. It's a wonderful world. Not really, but it's this one right here. I am so deeply okay questioning people's walks with God. Oh, that's your own personal relationship. That's your own personal spirituality. Yes, I have an opinion on that. You're doing it wrong. You're bad at it. Fix your life with God, please, for the love of God.
My husband's not sitting there saying, you need to go to church. You need to donate to this freaking congregation. You need to donate to this church. He's not saying that.
No.
I could understand if he was like, you need to do this. This is what you need to do. He's literally not even saying anything. He's not asking for anything. All he's saying is, hey, Jesus is for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you think I would ever do this for somebody who cheated on me and is public about it, you all kinds of lost. You completely lost the plot. Someone said, imagine having a toxic relationship with God. Sorry, that's not even funny, but like it is funny. It's kind of funny. Hold on, wait. Let's fix the volume. Oh, that's hella quiet. Did y'all record this in Antarctica? Okay, hold on. Volume master. That joke didn't pan out. I think I was trying to say, how far away are you from the microphone? And then my mind was like, far, Antarctica. And before I could even turn that into something that would have been remotely funny. It just came out as, did you record this in Antarctica? This is why nobody takes me seriously. And I'm glad you don't, because I actually am a stupid Southerner. All right, here we go.
Special, man. We're strong.
Oh my God, it's still so quiet. Sorry, hold on. I want you all to be able to hear. I do. I'll try like this. If it's still quiet, you're just going to have to turn it up. It's fine.
Than we could have ever been. And I wish our story would have went in the way that it never had an affair. And I'm in no way glad it happened. But man, I'm proud of who we are today. You know what I mean? I truly am. But I looked back at even that moment in my life, and it was like I was hanging around a bunch of people that were cheating on their wives. I was, like, when
So, you know how it is. You know how it is. Someone's just so quiet, the mic is in Antarctica. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you. You know how it is when someone cheats on you and then goes around telling people like, oh yeah, I'm not proud I did it, but it really made us stronger and I'm proud of who we are now. I was just hanging around all these other cheaters. It just happens sometimes. And you know what, Jelly Roll? You might have made my point for me stronger than I could ever hope to, because if you seem to understand or believe in your mind, oh, I'm hanging around cheaters and now I'm a cheater, which is a horrible excuse for cheating. What does it say about you that you're currently hanging around Christy Gnome? What does it say about you that you are currently hanging around Tucker Carlson? What does it say about you that you are currently hanging around Donald J. Trump, yucking it up, claiming not to know anything? Wait, I don't even know where the picture is of Trump. Oh, I have so many links in this. This is actually the only points I'm making. So thanks for that one, Jelly Roll. Handed it to me on a platter. Someone said you couldn't waterboard that with him. This guy, he pisses me off. Because then again, like whenever I tell people I'm from the South or whatever, they have a preconceived notion. And it's because of people like this. It is literally because of people like this. There's hella non-MAGA, non-conservative people, you know what I mean, who have similar aesthetics or sensibilities to Jelly Roll. Like, it's painful that we're still doing this I'm just a good old boy nonsense when it is not and has never been true. Come on. Someone said, I'm not for pro clutching about cheating, but if you're going to call yourself a man of God, act like it. That's how I feel for sure. I mean, granted, this was years ago, right? The cheating apparently. But like, I also don't I don't know. I'm not like, he didn't cheat on me. But it's just very much a thing of like, y'all are really a mess. I won't say I feel sorry for, I say that too often. Honestly, Bunny makes her own decisions. She an adult, she a grown woman. But again, like, yeah, I'm going to defend my cheating, MAGA adjacent, super fake Christian husband on all of these podcasts, while also being as violent and trashy as he is. And it's funny too, because like when people do call this aesthetic trash, which happens a lot, you're not trash because you have face tattoos and a criminal history. You're not. A lot of people say that about him. They're all incorrect. I don't care. Actually, that is part of his image, part of his aesthetic. The pardon that he experienced, I'm not like, oh, he shouldn't have got it. I would want more pardons for everyone, right? My point is, like, you're doing a fine job of being trash all by yourself. That's really, really all I have to say. And that's maybe the most Texasist way I could put it. That's all. People are saying you have audio problems. Refresh the page. Refreshed it. Did y'all refresh it? Okay. Everybody should be good now. All right. Thank y'all. All right. So anyways, we're not done yet. Somebody said, I can't exactly elaborate, but Jelly Roll equals Theo Von equals Joe Rogan. Dude, yeah. No, like, Jelly Roll has talked about Theo Von, actually. You know what's really funny? You know what's really, 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 really funny? in one of the podcast where he was saying he met Trump, but it wasn't political, he mentions Theo. And he says part of the reason that he liked, I don't remember what politician he was talking about. He was like, oh, I don't know this guy's policies or whatever, but I saw him go on Theo Vaughn's podcast, and I saw him talking to all these other people, and that's why I like him. Screw the policy. And it's like, it literally is all the same font of human. it's the same font of useful idiot that you just get to claim that you don't know anything and you're just some dude. And the fact that you seem to be completely aligned with the right is just a coincidence. One of the things that I didn't play in that Jelly Roll clip of him saying he would meet the president or whatever was that he said he would be just as excited to meet Joe Biden. And I'm like, well, don't get me started on how that's not really as progressive as you think it is. But like, if that's the case and you are really, really open to all of these things, why is it that you are always associated with the right? If you're actually just an idiot, you're just stupid. And that is your thing. Why does it always turn into the exact brand of stupidity that winds up with you shaking hands with Donald J. Trump? That's just all I'm asking. Like, please. Anyways, I'm looking at my outline. We talked about his career shift from cringe sad boy rap to his current music, which, I mean, I thought the sad boy rap was cringe. Clearly, some people were into it. His current sort of country adjacent stuff. We talked about why were people talking about the ICE thing, because he was being essentially evasive about it. Meeting Trump, saying it wasn't political, but doing his own share of political activism when it suits him. Him being friends with Christine Ohm, Tucker Carlson, etc. Having this rehabilitated image because of going in and out of jail and then going into this Christian redemption arc. Claiming while making this horrible contemporary Christian music that like it's all because it's love and stuff, while also being the kind of person who's out here yelling at retail workers. Oh, the N-word. I almost forgot that was in there. Of course that was in there. The N-word stuff and how in general he's benefiting from things that are simultaneously shutting out black artists who are creating country music, and how it's just all very Morgan Wallen-esque. We talked about how I see Kid Rock status in his future. It's going to happen. And then we talked a little bit about his wife with her litigiousness, her podcast, defending him against Boogergate, the TMI. Oh, you know what? Excuse me. There's one other thing that I didn't mention. This isn't even relevant. This isn't even relevant to my point. I just have this here because it's kind of funny. She has a memoir called Stripped Down, Unfiltered and Unapologetic. And I just thought that this memoir excerpt was really, really funny. I don't even think that this is about Jelly Roll. She's just talking about somebody. And she says, this tattooed, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, beautiful cutie walked in, and my heart just about stopped. Even more appealing was that something about him needed saving. He was a boy damsel in distress, and I could be a knight in glittery heels. And I was like, y'all actually thought that the Joker and Harley, that y'all saw that as an instruction manual for how to live your life. Some of y'all were like, that's my personality right there. No, I'm sorry. It's so funny. Oh, F me, I said. His eyes widened. It took him a minute to get his act together, but he managed to kiss me right there on the hood of my Mustang. It was sexy as hell making out on that car. I wrapped my legs around him and his hands were everywhere. You're asking me, why are you reading this to me? Because I had to suffer. I do this research. I saw things I didn't want to see at all. I left a lot of things out of this video. I want to show you a little bit of the additional cringe that's here. But yeah, that's not actually important at all. I just thought it was hilarious. Anyways, someone said eating boogers and falling in love. What a terrible day to have ears. The Harley Joker romanticization is unacceptable after 14 years old. No, I agree, man. Someone says it's a fanfic. It sounds like a fanfic of her own darn life. All right, well, opening the floor. Do we have thoughts? Do we have opinions? Because I'm definitely open to them. Well, caveat, I'm open to hearing them. We'll see. But yeah, before I close it, I want to know if there's anything you feel like I missed, or maybe I got wrong, or if this felt incredibly, what's the word I want to use? I guess uncharitable towards Jelly Roll, who essentially claims to be harmless. And you could just as easily tilt your head a little bit and see everything he does as harmless. But that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Thoughts, opinions, feelings. Joker and Harley's goals. If you don't like it, respect yourself. Essentially. Someone said, I love everyone in this chat and I send you all good energy and love. How much jelly could he even roll? No, that's a good question though. The name is so funny. It's a very usual grift that he uses. Yeah, there's nothing like crazy here. Someone said you were very generous. Yeah, if anything, I felt like I was definitely leaving some stuff out here that is just like, I don't want to get into this. I can make my point without going super, super ham. So does this make me feel yucky? No, it's a mess. Did he get his Grammy through connections? People do like his music. He's popular. Bad mullet. Okay. The hip hop aesthetic to alt-right country singer pipeline needs to be dissolved. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one though. No, I agree. Get Kid Rock out of here, man. Get Kid Rock out of here. Reading chat. You're telling me a jelly made this roll? I thought Jelly Roll was the pin brand. Okay. I think we've got it. Someone said the country music awards will give awards to hip hop artists only if they're white and imitating black music. Anyways, this type of guy is becoming too common. Okay, yeah. That's all I have. Clear. I'm not a perfect person. Definitely, like, this is just my opinion. This was an opinion piece. You could easily say this was actually a hit piece because I was motivated by my feeling about Jelly Roll. But let me tell you something though. If people get so mad at me for going off of vibes, why are the vibes always correct? I actually genuinely need an answer for this. I need an answer. If I'm here right here, watching him rap in a video with Jesse Murph 2.5 years ago, that's not him. That's him. And I'm getting this vibe. How come it's never wrong? That's the only thing I want someone to explain to me. I don't get this vibe about everybody. No, I literally do not look at your average person and feel this way. But anytime I look at somebody and I'm like, oh, I need to make a mental note because something here is interesting, or something here has the potential to be interesting. Why is that always the case? Anyways, that's all I have to say about Jelly Roll. All right, y'all. I am going to record an outro. I'm going to be saying bye. But I want you to know I'm not leaving the chat yet, or the stream. I still have hella stuff to talk about. Actually, do I have a lot more stuff to talk about? We have some things to talk about, or we could just have fun and kick it up. But yeah, everybody say bye to YouTube. Say bye. Say bye. Drink some water. Someone said pattern recognition. Very much that. D'Enzo, can you do flashing lights warning? Oh, yeah, sorry. I apologize for that. I didn't remember that having flashing lights in there, but you're right. Okay. Anyway, hopefully... Oh, what do I even want to say? Anyway, I'm out of words. I'm out of thoughts. I'm out of opinions. That's all I have on Jelly Roll. Hopefully you never have to think about him again if you so choose. I know I definitely will try not to. But yeah, I actually recorded this video live right here on YouTube where I stream quite frequently. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless I don't. In which case I was probably just, I don't know, sleeping. Yeah, probably sleeping. Really, it's on you, not me. But yeah, hopefully I catch you in the next stream or the next video. But if I don't, it doesn't really matter at all. Okay, bye. All right, we're good. We're so good. We got that outro. We killed it. Okay, that was so funny. Someone says Sydney Sweeney syndrome. No, dude, it's literally that. It's literally that. Where like, if you try to explain this type of person, you know what my goal is with this video? I hope that someday somebody is able to point to this video and be like, this is what I mean when I say somebody's vibes were off, but they themselves never actually specifically did anything. I hope this can be a useful data point for someone in the future trying to explain how like these people are so obvious to us, to me, to some, but then they just get away with everything because all you got to do is just claim to be this other separate type of person. But yeah, no, it's a mess. Claim to be uninvolved while involving yourself at every single turn. Like, or here's what I have to say. How do you accidentally wind up being a conservative darling? Maybe that's what I have to say. Even if you do want to say that there is no intent on the part of somebody like this, then how did you accidentally wind up in this position? Do you notice that nobody, check me if I'm wrong, I've never seen somebody claim to be unpolitical, apolitical, uninvolved, uninformed, and then accidentally wind up getting supported by leftists. It's only this like uninformed person. You always wind up being right wing. It's so funny. It's hilarious. It's like the most obvious thing ever, which kind of proves that it's not an accident. You cannot accidentally wind up in this scenario. You can't do it. You have to do things intentionally to wind up here, and the ignorance is part of it. That's all. That's all I have to say. The ignorance is literally part of it. You have to keep your mouth shut because you know this is going to happen. It's very interesting. Someone said as another bald baddie, it's just cold as hell. Dude, it's cold, which is why I have this on. But actually, I tried to do a 50-50. Listen, it hasn't been 50-50 because it has been cold in North Carolina, but it's finally getting warmer. I am so excited to just move on with my life because this weird cold spell that we're under is finally breaking. Now, we get like this fake winter is ending thing when it's still happening and it seems like it's over, but then it comes back or whatever. But yeah, no, here, look, let me show you right now. For every one of these right here, for every one of these, I try to make sure that I'm also giving you one of these, even if I have to be a little bit cold. Even if I have to be a little bit cold for the video, I ain't never finna let y'all forget that I'm bald under here. Or let y'all think that I'm trying to hide the dome. Look at that dome. So much head. No, I ain't hiding nothing. I cold. Someone said full spring. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is, for real, for real. That's what's happening right now, which is why I don't trust it, even though it seems to be getting warmer. Anyways. Someone's in North Carolina, weather is freaking wild. It's awful. I don't love the weather here at all. I really do not. It's a no for me, dog. Reading chat. Someone said they said it was supposed to be 70 yesterday. It was 50. Be for real. I know. If you wore like a scarf, you'll be a lot warmer even without a hat. True. You know, it doesn't always have to be a hat. That's a good point. Something to think about. But anyways, someone said the beanie looks cozy. I love this beanie. It's so old. And if one day it stops being or like get some sort of hole, best believe I'm going to sew it right back up. This is one of my favorite beanies ever. Every time I wash it, I get scared because I'm like, oh, this is going to be the day it finally comes apart. This beanie is almost as old as I am. Anyways. Woo, that was good. Someone said gloves. Gloves are fire. They are. Do you like North Carolina? Yes. That's how I feel about anywhere in the South. Like, do I like it? ... Yes. Do I like everything about North Carolina? No. No, definitely not. But in general, I enjoy living here. So it is what it is. Do you wear wigs? One day, I will. I'm going to surprise all of you with just like the most fire wig you ever seen. Someone said, I miss Florida. I don't mess with North Carolina. Someone said the hesitating is so real. Yeah, it's that southern hesitation of like, do I like where I live? Yes. And everyone has their own version of that. You don't got to live in the South. I think we all like, I don't know. I think about this a lot when it comes to like patriotism, right? This idea of patriotism. And you see a lot of people, I guess, saying, you know, you should never be patriotic or whatever. I agree that you should not be supporting America as it is. like what it currently is and continues to be. That's why I don't go around being like, oh, it's July 4th. Let's all have fun in America. However, I do still love the people here, though. That's the weirdest thing is like, and it's the same thing with like Texas. When I lived in Texas, no, I don't support Texas as an idea or no, I support it as an idea, but like, I don't know, when you get enough people together in one place, they actually do start exhibiting traits that are both positive and negative. And Texas has a lot of positivity in the way that people can treat each other. You know what I mean? Just like there is an actual sort of Texas spirit that is a real thing that I do love. And it means a lot to me and it's in me. I can't control that. What was I supposed to do? Not be born, or I wasn't born there, but not grow up somewhere for 20 years? I love Texas for what it is to me when it's good. But boo. Someone said I support what it strives to be. That's exactly how I feel. And I feel the same way about America. I don't support those places at all. I think I can't like be like, yes, I politically support the United States, but that doesn't change the fact that almost everyone I love lives here. And we had to make it something for us. Someone said, where were you born? I will show you where I was born. Virginia Beach, Virginia. Okay, wait, let me make sure it's not gonna like dox me because we're doing map stuff. Okay, no, it's fine. Yeah, I was born in Virginia Beach, Virginia, and I lived there for 2 years. But then one day, my mom, I don't remember this, I only remember Texas. When I was 2 years old, my mom was like, nope. Switch it. Roll that back. And she moved to Texas. So then, instead of getting Virginia D'Angelo, whoever that would have been, you get Texas me. That's where I grew up, and I lived there for 20 years. I don't really know anything about Virginia, but shout out it for existing, me being born there. Someone said, I'm from Virginia Beach. Yo, that's wild. Someone said wild take saying North Carolina is worse than South Carolina. I wouldn't say North Carolina is worse than South Carolina. No, you know what's crazy though? You know what's actually crazy? In 1998, I don't remember what storm it was. 1998 Virginia hurricane. Virginia is like crazy. Oh, it was Hurricane Bonnie. Yeah. Virginia is crazy with the hurricanes, right? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. They got dates on this. August. Wait, y'all are covering the date. Okay, y'all got this here for a second. August 19th, and it dissipated August 30th, 1998. I was born August 29th during this hurricane, and so it might not have been exactly where my mom was, but here's the thing. It was just ravishing that area. So we were getting like leftover hurricane stuff, and she drove me to the hospital by herself while pregnant through torrential rain so she could have me. That's insane. That's actually genuinely insane. So shout out, or do not shout out Hurricane Bonnie. It was awful. Oh, I'm calling it a hurricane. No, it is a hurricane. Yeah, it was a tropical cyclone. Yeah, no. This really did happen. Yeah, she told me about this after the fact. And I was like, did this happen for real? I believed her. But yeah, you can literally go to Wikipedia, see this happened exactly when I was born. We got the tail end of it, so it wasn't actually super crazy. But yeah, the weather was horrible. She was by herself. She was trying to call people and be like, oh, can you help me? And people like were willing to help her. But she was like, actually, it would probably be faster if I just did this myself. And then she really did that. I'm like, that's wild. That's wild for real. Someone said you're almost 30. I had no clue. Yes. I'm almost 30. Isn't that kind of wild? Look, for those of you who have been watching me for a very, 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 very long time, Is it not kind of weird that I'm almost 30? Because that means y'all are quite a bit older than you were when you found me as well. Yeah, no, I never thought I would be almost 30. Yeah, when I started YouTube, I was never like, yeah, I'll definitely be like late 20s, turning 28 this year, still doing it. No, that's me, baby. Yes, I'm almost 30, and then I'll be 30, and then I'll be in my early 30s, and it's like, let's just keep trucking. Let's keep going. It's wild. It's wild. Someone said, thanks for telling us that story. It's amazing. It is, for real. I started watching you in 2019. I believe you, because 2019 is the first time I actually like popped off for, I think, the first time. So yeah, no, if you've been here for like 7 years, I'm quite a bit older than I was when I started. But like, I love what getting older has done for me. Because when I was younger, I had a lot of energy, but I wasn't good at directing it to places. I really wasn't, because I didn't have any experience. I just had a lot of like, I don't know. It was like a fire inside of me. And that's part of the reason why people really liked my early YouTube content, because I was just on it. Every little thing, I was like, bam, 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 bam. But as I get older, I am so much better at knowing exactly how much to give. That way I'm not constantly exhausting myself. And I also feel like it makes things come across a lot more grounded. I have learned that a lot of times nowadays, the best way to actually get your point across is by being hella chill. You can just be chill so hard that whoever is being aggro is going to wind up looking kind of like the crazy one. Now, granted, there are so many times when you should not be chill, right? It's not going to serve you at all times, maybe even not most times, but trying to learn the art of like, oh, let me just calm down a little bit. This is all going to be fine, because I've been doing this for a while. It's really nice. Someone said I'm 22 from India. Nice. Someone said, do you have Substack? No, I don't have Substack, because you probably don't want to read my writing. You probably don't want to read my writing, if I'm being honest. Here, if I ever write anything creatively or whatever, it's usually pretty unreadable. I'll give you an example of an article that maybe I would have put on Substack if I was a different kind of person who wanted everybody to read. The thoughts that popped up into my head. Hold on. Let's see if I can find this in my OneDrive. It's probably bad. Oh, here it is. Okay. I wrote this apparently. Here's a secret Substack article. Now don't get mad. Don't get mad at this article that I'm going to read to you. Don't say to yourself, "Oh, this isn't good, D'Angelo." What? Because like I didn't write this for anyone to read it. I just wrote it for myself. Someone said, what's Substack? Oh, for those of you who don't know, Substack is just like this platform where people post writing, I think, most of the times. Someone said, I remember you joking that all of us could be called D'Angeloners. Yeah, no, Substack is this platform right here where I guess you can post all kinds of things, but you have a lot of artists right now posting things on Substack so people can read their writing. I think I've seen Doechii on Substack. Troye Sivan was there. It's like popping off right now, but I don't want to do it because my writing is bad. I don't have original thoughts, but if I frame something that you already know in a snappy way that you've not yet verbalized, it's going to come across as poignant. You will then receive the appropriate intellectual stimulation, and I will receive the appropriate social currency. Someone did something terrible on the internet again. Where did I put my costume that I wear to appear surprised? This woman is the worst person ever. This guy is the worst person ever. This person is the worst person ever. I simply do not like this person, but I crave a moral justification and logical explanation for my emotion, so I'm going to perform a comprehensive excavation of anything that gives me a moral advantage. I'm not a bad person for bringing things up. Bad things get more bad the less they're pointed out. Something isn't untrue because I said it funny. What point are we trying to make here anyway? I'm so sad all the time, and my internet usage isn't the only reason, but it's one problem I have ultimate control over and yet refuse to acknowledge. Some people have addictions, though. Are we downplaying addiction now? Chat, is this cancelable? Are we making fun of people who care about things now? Do you think self-awareness places you above a group you actively participate in? I don't care if this is true. I want it to be true, and thankfully anything can be considered true if you zoom out far enough. So even in the face of conflicting evidence, I will maintain this position. This woman sucks. I want so badly to call her the B word, but that's difficult to do while maintaining a moral high ground. So I'll stick with narcissist, mean girl, not a girl's girl, not like other girls, pick me, nice self-report buddy. Some people are those things. Are we downplaying internalized misogyny now? I think we all know that fame attracts a certain kind of person, making the never-ending revelation that famous people can do bad things completely farcical. But wait, internet fame isn't fame. Literally, who do you think you are? I feel far more responsible for the success of this random YouTuber than I do for, say, Tom Cruise. So when this random YouTuber gets inevitably exposed for doing one of the 2 or 3 things that random YouTubers are constantly exposed for doing, deep disappointment is a normal human response. Like, you don't want this. I write for me, baby. This ain't for y'all. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. The thoughts in my head are exhausting, and my attempts of actually trying to rationalize them and figure out what I mean or who I am or what any of us are doing, it's not fun. It's garbage. But like, am I wrong though? I can't tell if you're excusing this. Aren't you just going to go back to making the same thing after you get this off your chest? Do you have the right opinion on this social issue? Do you have the right opinion on this woman? Are these the same thing? Referring to things as social issues in an effort to devalue those who not only care but are deeply affected by them is a common tactic employed by those who oppose the marginalized. Are we downplaying that right now? Hate is returning. Hate is fine again. I think we're bringing that back. I don't dislike this random person whose life I've never experienced. I hate them. But expressing that feels mean, and I don't want to be a narcissist, not a ghost girl, not like other girls or a pick me. So I think I'm going to say that everyone hates this person. We can all agree that one human being hating a human being is wrong, but we've already agreed that everyone hates this person, and thankfully that's not the same thing when I don't think about it. It's interesting. I don't know. I'm not going to read any more of this because it's tiresome. And I have very, very, very circular thoughts, but I do try to unpack them and figure out how to be the least immoral version of everything I am. I think another problem too, when I do public stuff, it's always very clear who I'm talking about. But I think when I write a lot of things for myself, I will commonly talk about 2 or 3 different things simultaneously without distinguishing what is actually me or what is actually not. And people do not handle that very well. So if I was to actually publish something and then people read it, they're going to be like, oh my God, he just said that he wants to call women the B word. And that's why he makes commentary videos. And I'm like, oh, you definitely missed the point. And I don't even want to deal with that. So I sleep. But yeah, if you ever wondered what goes through his head, does he like think about this at all? Does he care at all? Is he actually just grifting? Does he think he has no social responsibility? Is he completely unaware of things that he may or may not be playing into? No, I think about them and I don't know what to do about it. So I just write about it sometimes. That's all. That's all. Someone says you read so fast. I bet nobody ever says you're dyslexic for real. No one has told me that. No, I am not dyslexic. I never experienced that. Anyways, someone said, do you journal? That was my journaling, essentially. Someone said that was awesome. Well, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Your writing equals how I think. Yeah, no, like, dude, this is really how I think. That's the closest you're ever going to get to the real me, if you will. Because like, this is me right now. I'm not reading a script. I don't know. No one's telling me what to say. I am being myself in this moment, but I still know what I'm doing. And I'm thinking about that as I'm being me. But yeah, no, if you catch me in a dark room by myself, what am I actually thinking in this head of mine? It's a lot of interesting stuff for me. And that's why I don't post it. It's cringe. I can't imagine anything more cringe than like thinking that you're smarter than you are. And I'm not always good at distinguishing what of mine is good or not. So I just default to not doing it ever. I enjoyed that stream contest. Well, thank you. I'm glad somebody got something out of it. Yeah, no, I don't want the smoke, honestly, of like me putting something out and everyone's like, oh my God, this is terrible. It's exhausting. If I was to actually publish that, I would cut it down. I would make it clearer what I was trying to say, a little bit clearer, not too much clearer. It would be different if it was actually for other people. But yeah, I don't want to be that guy, man, of like trying to constantly convince everyone online that like, oh, I'm this real person with these thoughts. Look at this angsty essay I wrote to myself about my job. I think about things. I'm going to take up a music career and show you how, like the real person behind the camera. I just try to be my real person in my videos. Oh my gosh. Someone said that is so real. Someone said every piece of writing needs editing. Don't worry. No, that's very true though. Like, yeah, that was a second draft, but my first drafts are horrible. Someone said that was a cool and vulnerable thing to do. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. No, I'm trying. I was so intensely like private about everything when I first came onto the internet because I was just like, y'all ain't finna have nothing to say about me. You can say whatever you want about my opinions or my videos, but like you don't even know who I am. I'm only giving you 5%. But you know, as I've gotten more comfortable with having an audience, I'm okay with like 10% now. I'm okay with 10%. I'm like, you know what? And me giving 10% of myself is like twice as much me as you would ever get. So I've really been enjoying just being like, you know what? I can share this. I'm not going to get jumped. It's okay. It's okay. Someone said make it exist first. It can be good later. Yeah, no, you gotta like, that's also why it's so like rambly or whatever, is because the only point of a first draft is to exist. It's not to be good. It's not even to make sense. You just have to, it's like, you can't edit something that doesn't exist. That's the thing about me is like, yes, I am just yapping and no, I'm not like writing these videos, but I am a writer. The vast majority of content that anyone has ever seen from me was written, and writing nonfiction. Essentially, so many people wait for like inspiration to strike them or whatever. Just stop. Make a bad video first and then turn it into a good video. If you ever watch a video essay and you're like, wow, that essay was fire or whatever, someone wrote a horrible script first. They wrote a terrible script. Their script didn't even make any sense. And then they went back and they rearranged it. And then you watch this video and you're like, oh, this is beautiful or whatever. But yeah, no, like if you're trying to write things, if you have ideas of creating artwork, then why have you not already started? Nah, seriously, you should have a horrible piece of artwork that you're fixing, not a beautiful piece of artwork that you haven't started yet. That's all. Reading chat. Someone said I can't move on from a sentence until it's perfect. Nah, you got to turn that. No, turn off your inner editor. Turn off that inner editor. It's not a good. They're preying on your downfall, and you know it. You know that inner editor is preying on your downfall. Turn it off. Reading. Someone said, what are some of your favorite video essayists? I've fallen out of love with video essays. So I would have to reconnect and re-answer you once I get back into them. I would have to redo that. Someone said I was like that. It's a losing game. Yeah, no, you got to turn off that inner editor. Then everything you want to happen is going to happen. It's going to happen. Oh my God. Someone said it took me 2 years to write my first paragraph of a story. No. Someone said, what if being an editor is your job? Oh, then everything I just said is the opposite. You better be going through that word by word. Please, whenever I do eventually write something and I send it off to an editor, because I'm not going to edit my own stuff. I don't trust me for that. I hope to God they save me. Please save me. Sometimes I'd be reading books and I'm like, oh my God, was the editor asleep? What happened here? And like, books are written by human beings, but I wish editors were meaner. I wish modern day literature editors were meaner and would just say things like, oh, this isn't working at all. I strongly suggest that you revise this. I'd be reading books and I'm like, oh, you're editor and you were probably friends, huh? Y'all probably friends, huh? You're editor and you probably key and agree on things. I hope I get the meanest editor of all time. Break me down. is what I hope happens. Have me second guessing myself, like, oh my God, am I even what? That's what I want out of an editing job. So best believe I'm finna find the craziest editor you've ever seen. And then it's funny because if I put something out, it's probably still gonna be bad. Because it would be my first thing. And so what can you do? Someone said there's enough mean people. Okay, well, yeah, don't be like mean. Don't be unkind, but don't be nice to me. Don't be nice to me. That's what I would never, ever want an editor to play nice with me, worry about my feelings. Don't do that. My feelings are irrelevant in terms of me wanting to write something that would be good. If I was doing a book, like, don't worry about what I think about it. Just say how you feel and compare it to the things that you know from other books or whatever. Have me feeling crazy. Someone said good take, better than AI. Exactly. Do what AI can never do. Please, like, let's be human about this. Have a really strong human opinion as an editor that is for me to like agree or disagree with. I'd be like, oh, I don't even think I agree with what you said. We can work from there. But yeah, no, I don't know. It's interesting. Reading chat. Someone said honest. Yeah, honest. I don't know. Yes, be honest for real, for sure. But like, I would say don't even worry about trying to word it nicely. Because sometimes even when you're trying to be honest and you're like, oh, I got to make sure like their feelings aren't hurt or whatever, you still ain't being honest. Like, just say it. Just say this paragraph is deeply unclear. I thought you were talking about this one. You can't hurt my feelings. Or maybe you will, but I'll get over it. Some say constructive criticism. Yeah, no. But like, I learned this in school though. That's the thing is when I went to, college, seems like a long time ago now. One of the things they told me, or one of the things I really had to get good at was like workshopping. Are y'all familiar with the concept of workshopping? Oh, it's so good. Are you a creative person? Go out there and get your stuff workshopped right now. Never enough water. Because if you're somebody who grew up doing things creatively and showing them off to lay people who do not engage in the medium that you were in, you're frequently going to be told things like, oh, that's really nice. Oh, that looks great. Oh, we're so proud of you. Oh, wow, that's neat. That's dope. And then you get in a setting where actually it's for the job and someone has an opinion, you're going to fold. That's what happened to me the first time I was in a workshop setting. My whole life, everybody just told me, oh, D'Angelo, your art is so good. Oh, D'Angelo, yes, you're so creative. We love how you express yourself. And I get to college and I'm like, oh, I wrote this thing. We're all going to workshop my script. Everybody goes around and says essentially the same thing that was wrong with my script. And I was like, dude, I felt like I was dying. I was like, you're not allowed to say... You're supposed to say you like it. I didn't say this out loud, but I was literally sitting there like red. I was like, this isn't allowed. Everyone's just supposed to say that we're proud of you for doing artwork. Get out of that mindset. No one's going to be proud of you for doing artwork in the real world. It helps me so much because then like some of those other people's edits, they now sort of live in me a little bit. Where I can do what I did earlier. I said I was going to make a video about like Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo, and then I changed my mind because I didn't like it. It's literally only because I got that workshop experience in college where I had people saying like, this idea, either you're going to have to approach it differently or it's just not working. If I was somebody who was like, oh no, everything that I do works. Every thought that I have a channel. I have hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube who care about what I think. And that was how I thought about my content. You're finna get bad videos left and right. So many uncompelling videos because I can just be like, this outline is mid. I'd be like, you know what? No, you have to put more hours in. You have to try harder. You have to go back and fix this. And then I put out what I hope is a better video. I really liked this jelly roll video, but yeah, no. Oh man, don't be precious about your artwork. If you have the goal of wanting it to be better, if that's not important to you, it doesn't matter at all. Just make art for yourself. Someone said I cried for my first and they didn't care. It changed the trajectory of my life. No, literally, dude, I didn't cry. I was so hurt I was so hurt during my first workshop. 18 years of your life, no one has ever done this. And I was just like, this is awful. Because I thought like if you show your parents a drawing and you're young and they're like, oh, I don't know what it's supposed to be or whatever, and you work a little hard and you think that that's criticism, right? When you start realizing what it looks like when people are actually criticizing things with the intent of you being better, oh man, it's wild. It's wild. Someone said community college is a great place too. Yeah. Someone said, are people that brutal? It's not that people are brutal. It's that like, well, they can be, but it's more so for me personally that it was just not something I was used to. Like if you go out into the cold without a jacket and that's not something you're used to, you're going to be like, oh, this is awful. And you'll see some person walking by in shorts and flip-flops. That happens, the sirens, that happens here in North Carolina a lot, where I'm out here like, oh, burr, Texas boy. And then what's happening? Some dude walking by in actual flip-flops. And I'm like, first of all, that's performative. I know you're cold. Stop trying to prove how okay you are with the cold. I'm finna jump you. That's how I feel when I see people out in the cold in shorts and stuff. But, and I hate that I'm even admitting this. One day I was rushing out the door because I was late to go to the gym. And I was like, oh, I don't have my jacket. I don't feel like going back. And then, you know, I was like, I'm just going to step out in this 40-degree weather without a jacket, with no sleeves. And I was like, oh, I'm fine. I was in North Carolina for just a few short years and it turned me into somebody. Now it's like, oh, it's 40 degrees out. I don't need a jacket. I will try to still wear a jacket because I get cold. I shiver. I get uncomfortable. But if it's just for a few minutes, I'm like, I don't need a jacket. Pants. It's not that big of a deal. I hate that this happened to me. I hate that this happened to me. Now I can't even judge somebody. I'm over here trying to be like, you, how dare you? And I'm dressed the same way. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. Somebody said my mom went on a 10-minute rant about wearing shorts out in negative 30 degrees Celsius weather. Somebody said you need 2 layers. Yeah, no, I would prefer to dress warmly, but I'm okay not doing it now. Someone said you're sounding like an honorary Canadian. Y'all know I'm Canada down. Did y'all see that quote? Because that was the funniest thing ever. That was the funniest thing ever. Okay, I didn't make this a video because I don't know enough about Canada to make this a video, but Tate McRae was doing Olympic stuff. She was doing stuff for the US Olympics, if I remember correctly. Yeah, McRae promotes Team USA. It was just this advertisement she did. Here, we'll leave it muted because I don't really care about the contents thereof. You know, for the Winter Olympics, Winter Olymping it up for the USA. But then she not from here. She's actually, it's so funny to do this when you're not from here. You Google Tate. Oh, I put myself in the void. That was scary. You Google Tate McRae and it says Canadian singer, songwriter, and dancer. So when people were like, Tate McRae, this is so weird. Why are you doing this? She said, Tate McRae. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm pulled up. Tate McRae responds to backlash over Team USA ad. Y'all know I'm Canada down. She posted this picture on her IG, I guess, of her as a kid with the Canadian flag. Y'all know I'm Canada down. So I'm Canada down. Y'all know I'm Canada down. Yes, I'm from Texas. But if Tate McRae can be over here promoting the US, then I can be an honorary Canadian. I believe that strongly. I strongly believe that. Someone said your background isn't real on subbing. Oh, my background hella fake. It's not AI though. I'm constantly having to dodge these claims. But yeah, no, I paid money for this background. Good money. Good money. Anyways, yeah, no, y'all know I'm Canada down. Someone says she's from Canada's Texas. I saw people saying that, but I didn't know enough about Canada to know what they meant by that. So I didn't get into that. I'm like, I'm going to leave this to the Canadians. They've got this one. Someone says Tate McRae super problematic. I don't know her. I don't know much about her either. That's the only thing I saw. It was hilarious though. Someone said come to Brazil, Toronto. I can't wait to go to Brazil in Toronto. I would do that. Canada's Texas, Albertans. We Albertans get so much flack. No, look, I don't want to sit here and repeat slander about Alberta because I don't know anything about Alberta. So that's why I didn't make this video. I do try to keep my mouth shut when I'm stupid, right? I don't want to be an American and being like, oh, Alberta is Canada's Texas. So of course she did this. I don't know nothing about the vibes in Canada. Now I sound like Jelly Roll. I don't know nothing. I'm just from Texas. But no, I don't know. Canada's a vibe. That's how I feel about Canada. Like, Canada is such a vibe. If you think about it. I actually feel like most countries are just vibes. Like, I'm being so real about this. Look at this. If I show you a world map right now. Images. Yes, give us the images. Okay, great. Oh my God, it's always this blurry mess. Give me the big version, please. There we go. If I was to show you like these borders where the colors are changing. Oh, this up here is Canada. This down here is the US. This is Mexico or whatever. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in, look at all the, no. But you know what I believe in? Vibes. I believe in vibes. The truth of the matter is we got our own special vibes over here. Just like every single person, no matter where you're from, you've got your vibe for sure. I can tell you a lot about Texas vibes. I can't tell y'all about Canada vibes, but they are real. I know that they're real. So respect vibes, not borders. That's how I feel. respect vibes, not borders. So I believe in vibes, not borders. You beat me to it. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the vibe for me. What is the vibe over in Canada? Together we are America. No, literally, yeah. It's kind of how I feel. Like, culture is a real thing, obviously, but being super awful to people about borders is awful. It's horrendous and pointless when all of this is fake. Someone said you gotta respect, put respect vibes, not borders on a sticker, my guy. Honestly, I would put that sticker somewhere. Vibes build infrastructure. Canada stealing our country music Mormon names now. I believe in maple syrup and corner gas. I love corner gas. Corner gas makes me feel like I know anything about Saskatchewan. The fact that I even know the phrase Saskatchewan is, which I'm probably saying wrong. It's like, this show is so funny, and I need you to know that it says there are 6 seasons. I watched every single one of them. All of them. I'm sorry. Is this dude right here, Brent Butt, and his comedy Corner Gas. All these people here, they were in hella seasons. Brother, I watched every single episode. Now, if you're going to tell me that this is not accurate, then I'm sorry. I have an inaccurate American idea of what it looks like for one specific little area of Canada. But because of this show, this made me feel like, okay, I can't speak for all of Canada, but I know where he at. I know what it's like over there. I know where y'all at. I got the vibe through this show. Someone said I'm saying it right. See, I can pronounce Saskatchewan correctly because of Corner Gas, which is a hilarious show, honestly. Someone said just don't be for Woolerton. Spit. Yes, exactly. Letterkenny. I feel the same way about Letterkenny, though. I feel the same way about Letterkenny. Oh, you know what's a good show that I just watched? Or I started watching it and I was like, this is so good. To me. And again, if this is a bad show, you would have to let me know. I started watching Dairy Girls and I was like, wait, this is so funny. This is actually genuinely hilarious. It's not all funny. It's got parts in it that are really serious. But yeah, no, I was like, I have avoided this show for no reason because I didn't really know like what it was. And for some reason, I thought it was insanely serious. I don't know why. Nothing about it says that it's a drama, but I thought it was like this depressing show about like these high school students. I'm like, I'm not watching that. Why would I? No, it's so funny. It's so funny. It's a period piece. It's set in Derry. It's dude, it's actually genuinely amazing. I can't explain it. And it has like this it has this backdrop of a political situation that was going on at the time as well. So I've had to educate myself about what was popping in Northern Ireland at this time. I don't know. It's like, it's such an interesting show. People are saying it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Someone said Derry Girls is peak. I was really watching this like, this is so peak. This is exactly what I want out of my comedies. Oh my God. My comfort show. That makes sense. That makes sense for real. Someone said Derry Girls is gas. It goes hard, man. I was like, this is hilarious. This needs to be more rated. Usually I think things are overrated, and Derry Girls has a good reputation, but I'm like, nah, this is underrated as hell. Nah, this is hella underrated. This is so good. Anyways, someone said Americans just don't really know about the Troubles, it seems. Well, I didn't know about this specific, hold on, let me tell you. The Troubles. I did not know specifically about this political situation, which I'm sorry, I'm not even going to sit here and start explaining this, because this is how you're going to get me. This is how I'm going to wind up getting in actual trouble. But I'm learning about it, and I'm just seeing like, wow, things happen all over the place, for real. It's just very interesting. But yeah, no, you and here's the thing. When I, an American born in 1998, am saying, oh yeah, I actually am not really educated about this conflict in Northern Ireland that allegedly ended before I was born, I think that that's acceptable. I'm still learning about it because world history is important, but I don't have any sympathy for people who are like, oh yeah, no, I'm currently American in America and an adult, and I'm going to pretend like I don't know about our country's current political situation. And that's why I'm like, I can't rock with Jelly Roll. But no, put me in front of any other political scenario from history and I would probably be jelly rolling. I'll just start jelly rolling. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know about this and I don't want to say something stupid. So I'm going to leave it at that. Sorry. Reading chat. Someone said, I grew up listening to the Cranberries. That's how I know. Nice. Someone said, I'm Canadian and my partner is American and wants to move here. I had to teach him we don't have a president. Okay. You have a prime minister. Canada has a prime minister. See, I know some things. I had to think about it. I was like, I shouldn't have said that, because now I can't. I think I know who. The current one. Who's the current one? I'm sorry. It's not. I know that it's not. I know who it's not, right? It was Trudeau at one point. Mark Carney. Oh wait, he's okay. Yeah. So you know what? Maybe I couldn't name the Prime Minister of Canada off the top of my head, but wait, was Trudeau definitely was at one point this person though, right? Like, yes. Okay, so when did he stop doing that? 2025? Wait, hold on. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Listen. As of last year, I could have named the current Prime Minister of Canada. I know Canada has a Prime Minister. I know it was Justin Trudeau. We are in February 2026, and I knew that Trudeau was no longer there. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry to this man. I could walk past this man in the street and be like, nothing. Nothing would happen. I'd be like, oh, that's just some dude right there. It says incumbent. What does that mean? Someone said it's very recent. You get a pass. Okay, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to be stupid. I don't want to be stupid. I don't think it's cute. I know we are like this as Americans, and I am trying to fight against it. But you know what's bad though? Whereas I don't know, like I couldn't be like, oh yeah, I know who the current prime minister is. You know what? I could tell you who Justin Trudeau is currently dating. Because I keep seeing this, just me searching for topics that people are talking about. Justin Trudeau and Katy Perry keep coming up. And I'm like, oh, okay. Former Prime Minister of Canada and Katy Perry. So I have the most useless knowledge of all time like that in my head, but never anything serious. No, never that. Someone said we don't claim him. Yeah, I could not tell you what kind of dude Trudeau was, so that's not a endorsement on my part. But yeah, no, I'm just like, this is actually the most I know about him currently is he's kicking it with Katie. Someone said Trudeau's dating Katy Perry. I'm Canadian and I didn't even know that. No, I'm being so for real right now. Justin Trudeau, former Prime Minister of Canada, is dating Katy Perry. And whereas I don't think that matters at all, it's not that important. I also feel like it's low-key underrated. I don't see, like, it's very interesting. It's just an interesting pop culture factoid that this is happening right now. So if I was the first person to tell some of you this, I'm proud of myself for sharing this useless information. Someone said, I thought that was a joke. No. Actually dating. she's going to like events with him and stuff. It's actually hilarious. Like, hold on, wait. Hold on. I'm not gonna be able to find this because I actually don't follow them this hard, but I saw a picture of them at an event. Katy Perry event. I don't remember what it was for. No, that's a birthday party. It was an actual like professional thing. She was there looking like somebody who, oh, here she is. I don't know what website this is, and I'm sorry, but yeah, no, like this is, let me open it in a new tab. It's gonna be real grainy. This is where we at. Katy Perry, the former politician's girlfriend, I guess, or wife, or I don't know what exactly they are. It's so funny. It's hilarious. Someone said former prime minister and astronaut. No, true. Put some respect on Katy Perry's name. Put some respect on Katy Perry's name. Former prime minister dates astronaut and pop singer Katy Perry. I'm being very, very, very sarcastic. When I say astronaut, I mean, you know what I mean. Someone says she looks like my mom. Anyways. Reading chat. Someone says she and Orlando Bloom broke up not long after the astronaut thing, right? Probably. Again, I'm just on the outside trying to intake a bunch of information. I don't remember all of it at all times. But yeah, no, it's so interesting. So interesting. Someone said no respect for Katie, bro. Yeah, no. I was being so sarcastic. It's a no for me, dog. Rich people going to space is like, I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired. Someone said, I'm not surprised she actually went beige. Oh man. Thoughts on Andrew getting arrested? That should have happened. I have positive thoughts on, not positive thoughts, but you're talking about former Prince Andrew getting got over like misconduct in office while he's currently also being in them files as well. You talking about live updates? Former Prince Andrew. Oh, he got released. I mean, of course he did. But yeah, no, I have positive thoughts about, not positive, just like, this seems like this should be happening for sure. That's how I feel. So it was a massive W. Andrew getting arrested. Yeah, no, investigate. Do all the investigations. It's a no for me, dog. Someone said, of course he did. Yeah, no, of course he is currently released. And what is actually going to happen, remains to be seen. But yeah, I was actually a little bit surprised by this news. I was like, wow, y'all got him? Okay. Okay. Someone said, did you think he would be put in a cell? No, I didn't. I didn't think that. I wasn't like, oh, ladies and gentlemen, they got him. We'll never see him again. But it's not surprising that this was short-lived. I heard about that on the radio today. Wait, am I saying the wrong Andrew? Andrew Mountbatten Windsor? No, he used to be the Prince Andrew, right? But no, he's not the prince no more, right? Wait. Yeah, no. He's former Prince Andrew. Buddy, you ain't no prince. That's former. Also the royal family. Bro, they need to pay me. I'm sorry, they need to pay me. I'm being so serious. Royal family, British. This is the official website of the royal family. Okay. Allow all. You owe me money. Who is this? King Charles? The king? Give me money right now. Right now. Who is this? The queen? Her Majesty the Queen? Bank account details immediately. Account number, routing number. Wire transfer. I don't have time for this. Why are y'all not doing reparations? Y'all owe the entire world reparations. Stop being rich. Immediately. You don't even have to start with me. That's the thing. You don't have to start with me. Start right there where you are, where y'all at. Pick some random people and start giving them money for real. That's how I feel. Someone said, who actually calls him King Charles? Yeah, I look, okay, here's the funny thing. Even though I'm not like, I wasn't like a Queen Elizabeth stan or anything like that, but low key, I can never actually see this guy as the King of England. I'm so sorry. It's never going to happen. Someone said, wait, I zoned out. Why are we asking the British for money? Because they owe us. It's never, ever going to happen. Let me show you something right now. This is not me glazing Queen Elizabeth. She's dead. I'm just saying right now, it's her. It's her. Is this a real picture? I guess it's a real picture. It's her, man. It's not this guy. If you're British and you're watching this and you're like, this is blasphemy. Actually, I don't even know what it's called if you say bad things about is that treason? I can't commit treason. I'm American. I can't commit British treason. Like, he is an imposter, and this will essentially always be the monarch of England in my mind, and you can't fix it. I'm sorry. I will never update my thinking on this. That's just me. Someone said the King's English. No, the Queen's English, period. Someone said the UK lost its last bit of sauce after she died. She's guilty by association. Yes, to be clear, I'm not actually saying like, oh, Queen Elizabeth, icon, you did amazing things and you represent something great. And I'm just saying, if it was going to be anybody as this figurehead person, who are you? What did he do? I mean, she didn't do anything either, which is kind of the hilarious thing about this royal family. But like, brother, pack it up. You know what? I just had the craziest thought ever. Stop me if this is just dumb. I feel like the royal family should have just ended. Not like they can still live, but this idea, yes, they can still be here. But this idea of there being a British royal family, I understand that like y'all had to keep up tradition, but honestly, once she was gone, why didn't y'all just pack it up? That's how I feel personally. Pack it up. We're done. We're through. We're over. I don't. Why is there still a royal family in Britain? But like, what do they do? Actually, what do they do? I'm not even trying to be funny. What does the royal family like do? Oh, they're gonna explain it. They support the king and his many state and national duties. What? That's not an explanation. Someone said most English people feel the same. Okay, I'm glad that I don't sound like I don't understand. I don't understand. It says right here, 2,000. They carry out 2,000 official engagements every single year in the UK and overseas. How many of those engagements are y'all oppressing other people? I need the numbers. Where's y'all CPA? Give me a breakdown. How many of this is you doing things that people enjoy, or you upholding things that should have been dissolved a long time ago? 70,000. The number of people entertained each year to dinners, lunches, receptions, and garden parties at the royal residences. Oh God. Okay. If you actually have to put on your website about your role that you throw a lot of parties, this is what's leading me to say, oh, y'all not doing nothing. Y'all not doing nothing at these. You throw parties? You invited 70,000 people to garden parties, and you receive 100, and you receive an answer, 100,000 letters every single year. And then some people have charities. I'm not a charity shamer. More people should have charities. I think rich people should keep donating to charity until they ain't rich no more. But like, this is hilarious, man. They play an important role in recognizing and supporting the work of the armed services. All right. Well, anyways, very interesting. Someone said the parties are productive. Oh no, I'm sure they are. Now, I just want you to know though, for as much smoke as I have for Britain, like, I'm aware. I'm aware of the administration I'm under. So don't think that I'm over here saying we're better. That's not what I believe in my heart. That's not what I believe in my heart at all. I don't think that. I'm just in a vacuum saying the royal family is hilarious to me. Someone said, I came in to find out who Jelly Roll is and why he exists, and instead got sidelined by the Queen/royal family discussion. That's how my streams always go. They're ostensibly for one thing, but they always wind up being something else, which is so funny. So funny. Someone said, we got our own stream to deal with. Yeah, no, the vast majority of my smoke for people who are any sort of figurehead or seen as representative of a country or a place or whatever is for these people right here. It's a no for me, dog. Also, Usha, am I saying her name correctly? Because I do not believe in mispronouncing names. It annoys me. Vance pronunciation. How to pronounce it correctly. All right, please save me, Julian Mikel. Don't let me sound dumb out here.
Julian's pronunciation guide. Let's learn how to pronounce the name of the second lady and wife of Vice President J.
Wait. This is really funny. The pronouncing names guy was so over this administration. He's like not the prime minister. The vice president of the... Bro, I feel the same way, but just go ahead and help me out.
Lady Vance. How to pronounce her name? Usha, a name of Indian origin.
Okay, great. That's what I thought it was. That was like unintentionally funny. that was unintentionally funny. Usha Vance. Yeah. Okay. How do I say this without sounding insane? Help me, chat, because this is a really tricky point I'm trying to make here. Help me. Imagine being a person of color and associated with this administration. I'm sorry. Someone had to say it. I'm sorry. Imagine actually being POC and you're like, oh yeah, and also I have proximity to the Trump administration. I feel... This is bad. These are really messy thoughts you're getting from me, but I think these thoughts, I have them in my head. I think about the current White House communications director who is handling all of this nasty stuff. And I'm like, bro, imagine being a person of color and associated with the Trump administration. It's not like I have more smoke for you because of that. It's just a completely separate kind of smoke. You know how disappointed everybody would be in me? Like the people who know me in my personal life. I'm not even talking about y'all. I'm talking about my friends and family. If I started doing any sort of conservative thing, the side eyes that I would be getting, the side eyes. How do you live that down? How do you live that down? Oh nah, bro, it's a no for me, dog. It's actually a no for me. So her visiting Greenland with her man was wild. Yeah, no, I don't know much about Usha Vance at all, but I did have that thought when I saw her. I was like, no. Someone said there's a Black History Month event at the White House. Sorry, that's not funny. It's just, my first thought was like, what are they doing? Continuing to be racist? No, bro, it's enough. Someone said my family would disown me. Dude, my family would actually genuinely disown me. They would actually genuinely disown me. They'd be like, change that last name. Don't you dare upload videos under the name D'Angelo Wallace and you're out here trumping it up. No one would ever allow me to do that. My family did not disown me for being a YouTuber. They didn't disown me for being queer, non-binary, because that's the bare minimum. But they might actually disown me if I became a right-wing grifter. They might actually do it. They'd be like, okay, listen, you was on thin ice. No, just kidding. They wouldn't say that. My family's progressive, but they're old, so they may think you were really on thin ice. You were on thin ice with this MB stuff, D'Angelo, but now you want to be a grifter? You have to go. You have to go. No, listen. When it comes to like older family members, the only thing I ask is for understanding. An attempt at understanding. I don't actually need people who are like 20 or 30 or 40 years older than me to like understand me or what it means when I say that I'm these things or this, that, the other. But like, maybe have some faith in me. That's really all I ask for. Have a little bit of faith in me that I know what I'm doing and that I'm trying to do things that make me happy. I guess that's really all I demand. Now, granted, that's not everybody in my family though. Families are really big. Families are really, 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 really big. So there's also people I'm related to where it's like, they gave up on me the moment my hair got past a certain point. Like, if I'm being honest, I felt it. They couldn't say it. It was like shoulder length. My hair was a little bit past shoulder length. The moment it got past shoulder length, I didn't cut it. And I was out here in my videos looking pretty. It was over. So like that portion of my family can, you know, I don't know, do whatever they want. It doesn't have much to do with me. But yeah, no, my core people, the people keeping me here and grounded, I don't want to be a grifter. They would be so sad for me. Someone said my husband tells our kids don't do anything stupid while you're walking around with my last name. I feel that way to a point. So like if I had kids, never gonna happen. I would tell them, listen, you are walking around being a Wallace and this, that, the other, but you're your own person. You know what I mean? Like, you know, do what you will. You don't have to carry the weight of this. But if they start doing some dumb stuff, you out here talking about, oh, I'm following this podcast now with these manosphere grifters. I'm like, no, you're not. Because what is the username on that account? So-and-so Wallace? Change your username. We ain't doing no manosphere right wing look smack. No, just kidding. I would patiently explain to my kids, oh, hey, this stuff is actually super harmful. And here's why. But like, I would be thinking, how dare you make me look stupid? I would definitely be thinking like, there's no way you got us out here looking this crazy. But I don't know where my phone is. Okay, I don't know where my phone is, but my brother had sent me a text earlier And he was essentially like, oh, yo, D'Angelo, I just wanted to say, like, thank you for that video you made a long time ago about this one dude that I barely remember making a video about, Alpha M. And he was like, because it was like, he doesn't make like actual manosphere content, if I remember correctly. It was more so just weird alpha male type stuff that he was making, and still is. I mean, if your channel is named Alpha M, I feel like most of his stuff was just like, oh, don't wear ill-fitting jeans, don't, you know, have hairstyles that don't fit your face. But then every now and then he would pop out with this really stupid like alpha male nonsense. And years ago I made a video about this guy, and I was like, this is stupid. That's all I said in my video. It was only 10 minutes long, if I remember correctly. And I'm like, okay, giving people fashion advice is great, but this weird alpha male nonsense is so silly. No one should be taking this seriously anymore. And actually, hold on, I do have the message. My brother said, random thought, but I'm really glad. Me reading his personal message for content right now on the live stream is crazy. But I'm only reading it because I think it makes him look really good. And I'm proud of my brother. He said, random thought, but I'm really glad you made that video about Alpha M way back when. I feel like that video definitely has helped me not get pipelined into stupid red pill content, because every time I see it on my feed, I just think about some of the references you made in there and I start laughing, and I can't be the only one. And I think about that a lot. Where it's like, if I did have kids and they started getting into random, like, toxic, you know, masculinity or this kinds of stuff, it's so crazy how a butterfly can literally just flap its wings, and it's the difference between you getting one video or not. And that's it. You get this one video and someone gets to you first and tells you this is real. Tells you alpha male stuff is real. This is real. And everyone who says it's not real is lying to you. They're weak. They're beta males. They're soy boys. And you believe that as a child. Then anybody who comes after that trying to explain to you like, no, you got to deconstruct. You have been essentially set up to fail. And it happens so often. It's literally the difference between one video being like, oh yeah, this is kind of silly. And then when you see it and you can look out for it, you can be like, oh, this isn't good. This is not a good thing. And that's how I feel about really young people who get into any sort of like manosphere nonsense. Yeah, you got to take responsibility for yourself, but it's also pretty awful that, and again, I'm not talking about this guy. I don't really know what he talks about nowadays, but it's just sad how quickly you can fall into this. It's terrible. It's terrible. Actually, should we... He has a video right here. The brutal truth about male happiness. Wait. Look, I don't want to be a reaction streamer, okay? I definitely purposely tried to... Oh, calm down, Alpha. I can't call him Alpha. What is his name, bro? Adam? I don't remember his name. Anyways, far be it from me to start reaction streaming. Reaction Andy over here. But I'm a little curious as to what his main point in this video is. I would like to know. Maybe 5 or 6 years ago when I made a video about this guy, I could have been wrong, and maybe he's really benign and harmless, but I want this male to explain to me, a fellow male, kind of, what the brutal truth is about male happiness. Oh, Aaron. His name is Aaron. Okay, Aaron. Yeah, I can't call you Alpha. This is not... What do you think this is, the Omegaverse? I'm sorry. Anytime men start talking about alpha this, alpha that, I'm just like, oh, you're doing the Omegaverse for him. You would probably be the exact kind of person to make fun of somebody for reading wolf fan fiction, but you are the same guy. Yeah, this is your version of that. Actually, people reading Omegaverse stuff is fine. That's actual fiction. You're worse than the Omegaverse. You believe it's real. You are actually... No, don't get me started. Don't get me started. Anyways.
By the time I was 49, I had money, I had success, I had a little bit of fame through the internet. I had success.
Okay, wait. The audio is actually fine, but I'm going to turn it up just a little bit. And I'm sorry for doing reaction content. We're not going to watch the entire video. I just kind of want to hear what he's getting at here. All right. Go big or go home.
Successful businesses. I had a big, beautiful house. I had an amazing wife. But I didn't feel like I was consistently happy. There was just something I felt like was missing. Everything that I was told would make me happy didn't. When I sat back and really started to think about happiness and the moments in my life that made me the most fulfilled and the happiness, it was never about the stuff. And I ultimately ended up realizing a few truths that I'd like to share with you today about happiness that literally took me over 50 years to learn. My hope and
Okay. Thank God for the roadmap. He gave us a roadmap. I can just skip through this. So he's going to give us 7 key truths about happiness. And you know what? Maybe they'll be good. Whoa! Sponsored by BetterHelp. No! Oh my God. I should have seen this coming from a mile away. Of course, this is a video about how he's unhappy and he was actually really sad. But today's sponsor, BetterHelp. Oh, that's so good. That is literally better than fiction. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and skip the sponsor. Okay. BetterHelp. Wow, this feels like a long ad read, bro. Okay. Here are the 7 truths we need to know about happiness.
Number 1, happiness isn't a goal, it's a byproduct. When you're chasing the feeling of happiness, that's typically when it disappears. All right.
I agree. That's amazing advice. That's fantastic advice. Yeah. In fact, I don't even think I've thought about that in those exact words. But yeah, happiness, I only make myself miserable when I start getting obsessed with the idea of I want to be happier. It's only when I actually start examining my own life and I'm just like, what can I change? What is really making me unhappy? And I start unrooting things. That's interesting. Okay. That's not horrible advice at all. I'm sure he's going to say a lot of things about this. If you're not feeling inspired, okay, whatever. The times that I'm the most happy is when I'm doing challenging things. Oh, nah. Nah. Listen, that's his happiness. I'm not actually like arguing with him. I'm sure he is most fulfilled when he's doing happy things, challenging things. I'm just going to tell you right now, this is one aspect of, what do I want to call it even? Masculinity, because this is very much considered a masculine ideal. This is one aspect of masculinity I ain't never understood. Let me show you when I'm the happiest. When I'm Snorlax. Do you understand? This is when I'm the happiest. Oh my God. My whole life is together. I don't have any thoughts in my brain. I'm literally just there taking up space. And I'm like, this is great. I have no jobs. So we diverge a little bit there, but let's see what else we got.
Things. It doesn't mean that these things always work out perfectly, not at all. If life was that way, then, there would be no motivation. There would be no reason to actually try, right?
Okay. I think I get what he's saying. So number 3, status feels better to chase
than to own. When you're grinding, when you're hustling, right, there's something to focus on. There's something that you want, that you like, oh, I can't wait to get that watch or that, like, whatever, or buy that house or that car, whatever. That feeling of chasing and longing and wanting and driving and hustling, right? That's where the magic and the happiness lies. Once you get it, you might be like excited for a little bit, but
that's interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. It's definitely good advice for people to tell them like, oh yeah, this isn't going to solve everything. He's essentially saying like money doesn't buy happiness. Does that feel like a charitable read on what he's saying? The pursuit of money can make you happy because you're doing something challenging, but when you actually get it, that's not the same thing as happiness. I just want to tell you right now, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because we literally live under capitalism. I think money buying happiness is just a byproduct of capitalism. See, when I was younger, I was just like, oh, I don't want to be scared of the rest of my life of not having, a roof over my head or a job, and I'm terrified. I just want money to not worry about these things anymore. So I chased that really hard, and then I got it. And you know what? I got much happier. I got so much happier. Currently, I may still have whatever mental struggles I do have, my ups and downs, but I am not worried about money because I've been just fortunate beyond belief. I've worked hard, but that has nothing to do with how lucky I also got. I'm much, much, much happier. But like, I don't know, maybe there is a certain level of status that would not make you happy, but personally, just because everything is so whack and terrible, it did make me happy. Someone said money shouldn't buy happiness. Yes, major points, huge, big point. It should not be this way, but I feel like it kind of is a little bit. Someone said I'm not worried either. It definitely helps life. Yeah, no, like, but he's not saying anything wrong or horrible in this video. I understand his main points. Okay, point number 4.
It's obstacles. The fourth truth, most unhappiness comes from avoidance. Avoiding having that hard conversation, avoiding dealing with your shit, avoiding finding another job, avoiding things that you know you need to do, but you just don't want to do it.
It depends on what you're avoiding. It depends on what you're avoiding. The things that he just said, yeah. If you do have a problem in your life that you know you need to fix, I can't think of times that I was unhappier than me knowing something was real, but I didn't want to engage with it. Yeah, no, that's actually great advice. Let me tell you this right now, though. There's some things that I'm so much happier because I do avoid. Now, this is a separate point from the one he was making. Like avoiding people that I don't want to talk to because I'm not on that wavelength anymore. Oh, I'd be avoiding the hell out of them. I'd be sleeping so good at night. Just avoiding any and everything that like listen. Listen. There's different levels of privilege of what you can or cannot avoid, right? Because of this, I use every bit of privilege to avoid things in my life that are causing me drama. I'm just like, I don't have to deal with you, so I'm not going to do that. Oh, I love avoiding hard conversations with people. No, what if we had no conversations? I'm such a big fan of that. Friendship, it was important to me. And to, I guess, continue this, we would have to really get down and dirty, but we could stay clean and separate. So that's just me. But he's still giving really great advice. I'm bad. I tell people, cut them off, ghost them on purpose. Anyways, what else we got?
True peace comes from handling your shit, not pretending it's not there. I gotta be honest.
I'll be hella pretending people ain't there, hella pretending they ain't there. I'm like, you don't even exist to me. Y'all know that one clip from The Craft? Jealous? You don't even exist to me. One of my favorite scenes from a movie ever. I guess technically this is her like killing someone. But oh whoa, sex scene, scary. YouTube's gonna get mad. Okay, so it's this part right here where she comes in. Oh, look at that glare. Look at that glare. She mad. Okay. Oh god, it's so quiet, man. Hold on. It's so quiet. This is truly one of the greatest clips of all time, okay? This is gonna have to be good enough.
Jealous.
Jealous? Jealous? You don't even exist to me. You don't even exist. You are nothing. You are shit. You don't exist.
It's so good. I'm finna get in trouble. They gonna copyright claim me. I can't play more. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And I realize that that's actually a pretty great stance to take with some people. Not all people. Like people who criticize you, you shouldn't just dodge criticism and be like, oh, you're not real. You're hater. But there are some people in your life, you'd be like, you know what? You were just not a real person. And I'm not going to engage with you anymore. Now, don't kill them with magic. But you get my point. Someone said it's so camp. It is insanely camp. It's amazing. Someone said I just made it in what's happening right now. I'm doing a really shoddy reaction video to this guy, Alpha M, who is like one of those alpha male YouTubers giving advice, but low key. almost all of the advice he's given in this has been fine. All right. What's the next point that he has for us? Skipping. I don't know where the next point is. I wish this had like timestamps or something.
Honest. And this is one of the things that, and one of the reasons why I feel like therapy is so beneficial. It's because it allows you to basically stop running and deal with it. Just stand.
Yes, therapy is beneficial, hella beneficial, but like also this is sponsored by BetterHelp. So this is hilarious. This is hilarious, my brother. Okay, moving on. Is this his next point right here?
I'm not willing. And this was a temporary band-aid. Unfortunately, doing those things, it makes it worse and it makes you more unhappy. It's this dark, dark rabbit hole that you end up going down as opposed to just...
All right, you know what? I think I missed a point, but screw it. We're skipping to number 6. I can't do this anymore. He says you don't need more freedom.
You need more structure. Structure and routine creates peace. More freedom.
Whoa.
The sixth truth, and this one surprises a lot of people. You don't need more freedom. You need more structure. Structure and routine creates peace. Freedom, not knowing what you're going to do, having too much time on your hands, creates anxiety, honestly. You've got to have structure. You've got to have a routine.
Oh, I don't think that's good advice. Oh, I don't think that's good advice. Okay. I don't think that's good advice at all. And that's mostly just because I'm way too neurodivergent for this. I'm sorry. First of all, I don't think this is good advice for anybody. Chat, I need about as much freedom as I can get, or I'm going to start suffering. Structure in general, structure as it's traditionally understood is interpreted in my mind as chaos, actually, and makes it much harder for me to function. I get what he's saying. I definitely get what he's saying. And I don't think it's horrible advice by any means.
If not, you're going to have too much time on your hands. You're also going to have anxiety because of the chaos. Structure creates basically happiness, in my opinion. And that's one of the reasons why I don't think I'll ever retire. I need something to do. I need things that give me purpose. Thinking about just waking up and being like, I don't know what I'm going to do today. I don't have any plans. I've got no goals. Like, are you kidding me?
We're just two different people. Waking up and not having any plans for the day. I can't imagine a more ideal scenario. Now, granted, you do see me do things like structure everything in my life. I show up every 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays, usually sometime around 12 p.m. Eastern time, because things like this do help me. But I don't know. That's really tricky. That's really, really, really tricky. It's like what he's saying of like less structure creates anxiety. I just have anxiety regardless, and therefore I'm very resistant to people telling me, oh, just do this one thing and then you'll stop having as much anxiety. The one thing I could do to stop having anxiety is not having an anxiety disorder. However, I still understand what he's saying, and I don't think he's giving bad advice. In general, I really, really don't. This is so interesting. Okay, wait. So what's his last one?
50 years old is that true happiness comes from self-respect. Self-respect comes from when you keep promises to yourself. When you live by your values, your standards, you do the hard thing even when nobody is watching. If you don't...
You know what? All of his advice in this video was literally good. I got nothing to say about Alpha M, okay? But like... Am I not kind of mistaken for feeling like this is a little bit clickbaity, though? Because the thumbnail is like better alone. Better alone. You got a woman in the background. She's wearing short shorts. I'm covering her on purpose with my head right now so YouTube doesn't get mad at me. And it's like the brutal truth about male happiness. I went into this assuming it was going to be some sort of commentary about women being a problem, but like... Someone said, but why is this for men? Yeah, no, like nothing he said has anything to do with quote unquote male unhappiness. He has a bonus one right here that says happiness comes from helping other people. And I'm like, yeah, I would have to agree. Life is about helping other people. This is so funny.
50 years.
Like, yeah, he's right. Listen, just because I criticize somebody at one point, I'm not going to be like, well, everything you do is bad. This is a fairly decent video for somebody to encounter, but like it being a BetterHelp sponsorship while offering the most obvious, clear advice ever. This is so funny. This is so funny. Someone said structure and routine create peace. That's a good analogy. I don't think that's an analogy, but I agree. These are fine. This is so funny. You know what? Someone said, look, this dude right here said, I clicked because I see cake in the thumbnail. Look, if you want to put cheeks in the thumbnail and get people to click in who think that you're going to tell them like, oh, women are a problem, but you're actually telling them you have control over your life and stop chasing status and, you know, be a good person and help other people, go for it. This is just so funny. Someone said clickbait for incels to be better. I'm not opposed to this at all. I don't have any negative thoughts on this. Maybe there was some stuff in here where I'm like, I mean, the BetterHelp sponsorship, brother. But maybe there's some stuff in here where I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know if that's exactly how I would word it. But if you want to de-influence people off of this nonsense, hey, more videos like that, brother. Honest. So someone said hide the video veggies in the sauce. I'm being so for real right now. I like this. I like this Alpha M video. This is so weird. Are those real human words that I can even say? I have no desire to clickbait people who are searching for this kind of messaging. But if this is what it takes for somebody to be like, oh, that's not what I thought he was going to say. But then you start thinking about these things. You know what? Go off. I keep no. I'm done. I'm closing out that topic right there. It was a good video. I don't care that he clickbaited it. I don't care. Someone said, do we switch timelines? I literally feel like we switch timelines a little bit. But like, here's the thing. Someone said it's a Launchpad video. People see this video and think he's reasonable and then watch others and it's crazy. That's the thing. I don't really know. I think the thing is the game has changed a lot. If I go to my video about Alpha M, which I don't remember because I made it a long time ago. Oh my God. I made this video 7 years ago. 7 years ago. I made a 10-minute video called Alpha Male Videos Exist and They're As Bad As You Think. And I don't remember what I said. I actually don't remember what I said in this video because it was such a long time ago. I said, tell this man it's no longer 1989. Oh, I was talking about like scammy stuff. We talked about Jay Shetty apparently. Oh, Shane Dawson. I pressed the wrong button. This is the last video I ever made before my channel blew up. That's so funny. Dude, Alpha M was technically the last person I ever talked about before I made my first Shane Dawson video. I had 2 videos about Shane Dawson. The one that I would have been referring to right here would have been the least insane one. It was only 10 minutes long. Oh my God, this is so funny. Anyways, so I guess my point essentially was I was saying he was making videos saying things that women hate. Do this when a girl looks at you. And I was saying the things he was saying were silly and that you shouldn't be taking advice. Yeah, no. It was so simple. Dude. The window for what is not like the window for bad content has shifted so much in 7 years. Y'all got to back me up right now. Please back me up. If you've been watching commentary for 7 years, do y'all remember that 7 years ago, it was actually pretty common to take a guy who just had kind of somewhat goofy opinions and very binary ideas of like, oh, men and women and be a man and this is how you do that. I don't think most of the things I was talking about 7 years ago were actually that harmful. They really weren't. They really weren't. Like, I wouldn't even make this video today because I still believe the things that I was saying in the video, which is that this is stupid. It's just still silly to think that you need special advice for men so you can interact with women. But like, in a world with Andrew Tate happened after this, by the way. After this, the people who used to represent the alpha male community on the internet, they sucked a little bit, but they were not insane. They weren't insane. Like, it feels crazy for me to think about this. This guy's not insane. He's really not. And when I look at the things that he's doing right now, I'm okay with it. I can't speak to the rest of his channel. Slowly over the years, my content shifted as we started getting more Andrew Tate type content, and as people like the Paul brothers really started coming into their own and turning into what they do. And now you get all these weird people looks maxing, like popping off the way that it did, and the clavicular of it all. And now everybody wants to be a Nazi, like actually. And everyone is so hateful and everybody has allegations against them now. Like, I actually miss what Alpha M was doing in that video. Someone said, did commentary make these type of people double down, or did people become more emboldened? They got more emboldened because there's a lot of reasons for why, but you have examples at the top of how you can completely get away with this behavior. And then I'm sorry, I don't want to be like political about it, but I'm just telling you right now, you have somebody saying, talking about women, saying you can just grab them by the whatever and get away with it. You know that's a real statement that our president has said, that you get years and years and years and years and years and years and years of this happening, and everything just gets more insane and extreme. Usually things that would have been fringe opinions, and you would have only encountered them on like actual 4chan, or horrible places like this. Now people just post it on main. They just post it on their YouTube channels and get millions and millions of views saying hateful, awful, honestly, frankly, like rapey, strange, just a lot of like racist stuff. Everybody's like homophobic, transphobic. Like, that's so odd. I don't really have beef with Alpha M in the traditional sense. He was just kind of goofy. And yeah, it's not like this should never be criticized, but I did criticize him 7 years ago, and it only took 10 minutes. And I was just like, hey, it's kind of silly to frame everything through this gender lens, but I don't think anything he was telling anyone to do in that video was actually harmful or indicative of, oh God, that's so weird. That's so weird. That's so interesting. Someone said 2020 was because everyone was online, literally everyone. Yeah, definitely, like the pandemic happened and it was just a bunch of things. But yeah, it was so calm. I won't say I miss it, but wow. And that's so odd, man. Someone said the old pickup artist community definitely had some of these elements. Well, no, I agree with you. Everything that's happening right now in the mainstream has always been happening, unfortunately. Locker room talk. Someone right there said locker room talk. It's exactly that idea of like, these aren't new ideas that you're seeing. I believe, or my interpretation, just having been on the internet, it seems new in the mainstream, if that makes sense to me. I don't really think that like I ever saw people being this popular while saying the most unhinged things. Usually there's always been people saying unhinged things that are wrong and harmful, but like it did very much feel localized to certain places. But now everyone knows that you can get a bag. Just say the most awful, hateful things you can about as many people possible, you will get a bag. When I was younger, I wanted to be an influencer, which is cringe, but I did. And I thought you had to do that by making good content, so I tried. It wasn't all great. Someone said Leafy was here. It's crazy. Yeah, you always had your Leafy is here, who was way too popular, but at least seen as like, he got booted off of the platform because the things he was doing was bad. I was like, I want to be an influencer, so I got to try to write good videos and talk about things that people are talking about. But there is definitely a vocal minority maybe, or majority of people now who are like, oh, I want to have an internet presence, so I have to just continually do the worst things ever. Because these people grew up on Jake Paul. They grew up on Logan Paul. I wasn't growing up on the Paul brothers. I was born in 1998. Actually, are we not like the same age? Logan Paul age. Oh, okay. He's slightly older than me by 2.5 years. Okay, Jake Paul and I are almost the same age. These weren't the people I was watching when I was younger. Granted, the people I was watching when I was younger, I didn't wind up making content like them at all, which is really funny. But like nowadays, you watch this and you watch Tate and all of these things, and you're like, I want to be an influencer. And I've been radicalized by all of this like manosphere red pill stuff, so I know exactly what to do. And then what happens? Clavicular. You're 20. You're 21 years old, being seen as like, yeah, I hang out with Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I do all these things, and it's like. And this is why everybody was saying when Jake Paul was happening, this is why everybody was saying, hey, this is really, 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 really bad. This is really, 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 really bad. Logan Paul putting up a video where it's like, oh, we found a person who committed suicide and we monetized it. We were all saying like, hey, this is crazy because this audience is children. Like, you're teaching children, even somebody's life is not. It's just content for you. And now we're here. I cry. Someone said all roads lead to clavicular. Dude, I gotta stop saying clavicular. It doesn't even sound like a real word anymore. But yeah, no, they're just getting younger and younger and younger and younger and younger. And I'm like, oh my God, we are so cooked. But like, we're not cooked. Because as long as people still continue, I guess, to say like this is not good or whatever, man. Like you're Aiden Ross. How old is Aiden? 25. He's not that much younger than me, but he's been popular since he was like, I don't know. I don't even know. You're who else am I thinking of right now? Oh, that guy, Jack Doherty, right? 22 years old. Crashing a Lambo. You know what I mean? Seriously injuring your cameraman, like, it's because you were there in Logan Paul's audience. You were watching this stuff. You were like, yes, the child, this is great content for me. Oh man, it's so interesting. Someone said Kick should not exist. Well, yeah, I mean, I think Doherty's on Kick, and who else is on Kick? Aiden Ross is a Kick streamer too, right? Aiden Ross is a Kick streamer. Yeah, he should not be kicking. Clavicular is also a Twitch streamer or a Kick streamer. Who else is on there? Sneeko? I don't know where Sneeko streams nowadays. I try not to think about him, but like, dude, it's a mess for me, dog. It's absolutely like Kick. It's a no. It's a no, man. Also, someone said Clavicular was born in 2005. Ugh, God, that's painful to think about. Also, I have an opinion about Sneeko that I've never said publicly because I didn't want to say it while it was happening. Because, you know, giving people like this attention doesn't matter or it's stupid. But did y'all know that I was actually, I won't say the catalyst for his downfall era. That's taking way too much credit. But did y'all know that it was actually like low-key a forward comment that I left on one of Sneeko's videos where he crashed out on his main channel, and that was actually when I saw people start turning on him. Okay, so here, let me try to give you let me try to recreate this for you because this was a very long time ago. And I don't remember all of it. So Sneeko on one of these channels, I don't know which one it was. I don't think it was this one because I think his original channel was like deleted or something. Oh no, it's back. Oh yeah, no, it's actually back. I didn't know he got his channel back. That's wild, brother. But at one point, years and years ago, I made a video about COVID-19, right? And I said in this video, I'm not gonna. It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Oh, okay. Don't none of y'all tell me, oh, D'Angelo, you have a big head. You have a big head. You know what I mean? You can't take credit for everything that's ever happened. It's actually still here. Okay. So he had been going down, I guess, a mildly odd path already. Obviously, you don't just overnight spawn, right? Like you don't just turn weird like this. But he took my COVID-19 video. This was 5 years ago, not 4 years ago. And he took my main point, which was that influencers should not be partying during COVID. And he said all these things. He's like, you look gay. You look like, I don't know, you're an op. And how can you say, you know, don't support the police, but you're suggesting that people should be getting in trouble for partying during COVID. It was really, really, really bad. And the reason he made this video is because I had left a forward comment. I had left a forward comment that got a lot of upvotes. He made a video before that where he said he cheated on his girlfriend. And I was like, to myself as a watcher of his content, I was like, you cheated on your girlfriend? That's insane. Why is this a video? And so I just commented, he's for the streets. And Sneeko watched this and crashed out for 22 minutes. And I'm sure some of the comments, you know, are like agreeing with him. But look, bro, the only reason, look, you got his own audience telling him. This is the top comment right now. Bro, the only reason D'Angelo's comment was at the top was because your viewers liked his comment. Look at this. This is what 16-year-old Sneeko feared himself to be. Sneeko 5 years ago does a whole video on how people view you and why not to care what people think. Sneeko now makes a 20-minute video on one comment. He's for the streets, and I took that personally. D'Angelo talks about how celebrities should take COVID-19 seriously because they influence other people. Sneeko starts talking about different types of gay guys. This is so one-sided. You're arguing to a wall, bro. This was the first time I saw his audience actually turn against him. Even on the video where he said he cheated, I don't think people were being that critical. But all of the top comments are just like, bro, you sound wild. Sneeko knows a lot about gay parties, huh? This is some weird hater energy set by the guy having a total meltdown over a forward comment. After this, some history for you. He completely loses it. This is when he completely lost it. After he cheated on his girlfriend, did not get away with it. And I commented and people liked it, and he got really mad about this. He starts going super hard into this incel manosphere stuff. It was just constant, always talking about women, always saying, just getting more and more hateful, nasty, strange, to the point where at one point his channel was actually taken down. Now he's apparently gotten it back, etc. Look, if you're wondering, like, why is there like a 3-year gap right here between this or whatever, look, unbanned. He got banned off YouTube. So listen, when this was happening, because of who Sneeko turned out to be, I was like, I'm gonna sit on this information. I'm not gonna say it. I'm actually going to let a lot of time pass before I point out, you actually made one video about me and then blew your career up. This is hilarious. Like, I'm not taking responsibility for the mess that Sneeko turned into. I didn't do that. I just left a funny comment that everybody thought was funny, even though it's not really funny to cheat on your girlfriend or be like super homophobic, even though I ain't gay. I queer, but I ain't gay. Like, brother, that's all. Someone said he bullied Chad. Yeah, it was disgusting what he did to Chad. That was after. It was absolutely disgusting what he was doing. He just disgusting, awful, hateful, terrible things that he started doing. And again, it's like it could have been anybody who left that comment, obviously. But it's never been lost on me. It's never, ever been lost on me. And by the way, if I'm wrong and some internet sleuth is like, no, D'Angelo, you're wrong. He did this beforehand and it wasn't you. That's fine. Because it was a long time ago. And it was as evidenced during COVID. And I don't remember a lot of that, but I do remember that. Some sides thought it was so disgusting. Yeah, no, I would never, ever support this guy or any of the things that he's doing. He's really gross. But I had to wait. I didn't have to wait. I took an internet break after that because I was getting really... There was a lot going on in my personal life. But yeah, no, I did think to myself, like, wow, Sneeko really wanted there to be some sort of weird beef between us, or like thought that I was going to make a clapback video or something. But all I did was ignore him. and then his channel got deleted. So, oh, you know what else is really funny? I mean, again, this is not actually funny. This is not funny. But you know what's kind of funny? Like on Caleb Hammer's live channel, which is now currently under construction, and every single video, almost every single video, is now members only. Look, if I change it to public, there's only one video because he took down every single... Look, I think a lot of creators are really like, oh, don't ever criticize me, or my fan base is we're gonna come for you, but I'm gonna copyright strike you. Don't ever criticize me. That's never been me. I would hope that I continue to contribute to the culture, the discourse. Discuss me all day. That's my job. It's just not exactly lost on me that if I had a nickel for every time somebody criticized me and then wound up either deleting or just... Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. Creepshow Art. She's gone, man. She's literally gone. She's just gone off the platform. One of the things, now her beef was actually, it wasn't beef. She was being horrible to another creator, Emily Artful. And that was terrible. It was like stalking was involved. And I'm glad that she's not here doing things anymore because that was just not right at all. But one of the things that people were talking about with Creepshow was like, oh, she was saying like bad things about D'Angelo on a lolcow website. That was literally one of the points. Pretending to be my friend publicly and then privately saying these things. I didn't care about that at all because she wasn't my friend in the first place. I'm just saying that, is that 3 people now? Is that 3 different creators who have said something about me and then wound up disappearing off of the platform temporarily or permanently? I don't think that's a good thing. I don't actually believe in deplatforming anybody. I don't. It's funny that y'all keep deplatforming yourselves. Your actual self. I didn't do anything. So that's all I got to say is like, there's so much to criticize when it comes to my channel, but I don't know. If you're actually trying to start beef with me, that's not the same thing as criticizing me, right? You make a video criticizing me, you should do that. But if you're actually trying to start internet beef with me, you're probably going to disappear. And I didn't even have to do it. You're going to drive yourself crazy. You can't beef with me. There's no smoke. This ain't Jason's Deli. What are you talking about? You're actually just going to start circling the drain until you blow yourself up. So that's all I got to really say about beef. Someone said, I'm always shook how the art community can even have so much drama. I just be watching people draw characters and talk about process. Yeah, there was so much drama in the art community. It was crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Someone said clip out of context would be crazy. Oh, clip that out. Someone will say, if you ever beef with me, your channel is going to disappear. I'm sure they will. But it's backed up by evidence. That's all I got to say. But yes, no. Please continue criticizing me in videos. That's fine. That's not the same thing as like actually trying to enter some sort of weird back and forth or whatever. Someone said Trump derangement syndrome with D'Angelo. No, I would say, look, honestly, I do believe like maybe 75% of the criticism I get is good criticism. And I only have good takes or decent takes nowadays because I keep getting criticized. Everything I say, somebody has an opinion on it. Some of those opinions push me closer to having better opinions in the future. Some of them I'm just like, oh, no, you're dumb. You're dumb as hell. But yeah, no, it's a mess, buddy. It's a mess. Someone said there's still crazy commentary art lore. No, someone said Caleb's videos are still there. Maybe your views are limited. What? My views ain't limited. What do you mean? I'm not even on the same. I'm talking about his live channel. He still has hella videos elsewhere, but I'm talking about like right here on this channel. This was the one where he was crashing out. But look, he crossed out. He crossed out his own thingy, and he told everybody we under construction. It's kind of funny. Like, it's just kind of funny. That's all I got to say. But yeah, this is also why I'm like, low-key, please don't like defend me online. You don't have to do that. I believe personally things just naturally work out. Someone said, what would anyone criticize you for? They criticize me for having bad opinions and being uninformed on things, even when I thought I knew. I don't know everything. Granted, I don't feel like that happens to me much nowadays, but it's happened. I've gotten better. Here, I'll give you an example of like a criticism I got I've talked about this before, but I made a video about Blair White. D'Angelo Wallace. Yep, that's me. And in this video, I was talking about like trans stuff. And one of the things I said, or one of the things that Blair had said, essentially was non-binary people are trying to abolish gender. And one of the things I said in my video right here, in a really big video that has hella views, unfortunately, I said, no one's trying to abolish gender, Blair. That's like stupid. And we know that that's insane. This isn't what anybody actually wants. Okay. Me going on a video that has 4.5 million views and saying gender abolition is bad, that's not good. Because actually, when people do say that they want to abolish gender, that's not what they mean. They're not going to take away your cisness by doing this. It's actually talking about abolishing gender roles, right? But I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that when I said it. It was just like an offhand comment, and I got feedback on this video. People saying like, "Oh, Danzo, I think that you should look into what gender abolition means." And so I did, and I was like, okay, it just sounded really extreme to me because I don't know what it means. But then you Google it. I want the Wikipedia version of it. This is not the Wikipedia version of it. Okay, I can't find it. But it's essentially, sorry, this is an AI answer. Social and political ideology aiming to eliminate the societal, legal, and cultural imposition of gender roles, hierarchies, and binary categories. And I was like, oh, no, that's a good thing. So it's like, I do things like this where I will occasionally hear something and I will go off of what I believe is a correct reaction to this, and I'll be like, no, stop trying to make things sound crazy, you know, it's not that serious or whatever. And I've been wrong in the past, and so it's an accumulation of little comments like this that I've just taken on over the years, and I just get better at knowing things. Now I see things and I'm thinking to myself, what does this actually mean? And then I don't spread, you know, misinformation or whatever. Someone said I actually clicked today because I just wanted to say, please don't call people an embarrassment. I don't care who Jelly Roll is. I'm late as always, but in my opinion, Jelly just did the most embarrassing thing is better. I mean, see, this is the part where I would have to think about what you said. I don't agree. Right off the top of my head, that doesn't mean that you're wrong by any means, but it's things like this I think about. I'm like, okay, well, I called someone an embarrassment because I'm embarrassed thinking about them, and they actually sort of represent me, kind of, being a U.S. Southerner. But then I think about what people are saying and why would somebody feel that that was problematic, and I sit with it. It doesn't actually mean like every single thing that people tell me I have to agree with or change immediately. But I think I think about what people are saying. That's it. When people initially were saying I was wrong in this video or whatever, it didn't immediately click. I didn't know what people were saying. You know what I mean? Another great example too, great example I say, pulling up one of my worst videos of all time, was when I made a video about Mr. Beast. Oh, it's right here in this video about me reacting to poorly aged videos. And in this video about Mr. Beast, I had said that Jacksepticeye was like wrong about something for like criticizing him. Again, I wasn't actually trying to like, what's the word I'm looking for? Be contrarian or talk over people or be wrong or whatever. I just had a pretty bad take based off of my inaccurate, understanding. Someone said if everyone had this mindset, there'd be a lot less ignorance and more compassion. Yeah, I'm just trying. That's all. I can't do more than that. I can't know things before I know them, but I can definitely, you have to not have a big head. I think there's a lot of people, someone said Mr. Beast lives in North Carolina. I know. Bane of my existence. He does not represent me. But anyways, I do think like a lot of people's immediate reaction to being told that you're wrong is to get like mad, to get really upset. People telling me, like a bunch of people telling me, D'Angelo, your opinion on this Mr. Beast thing is wrong. I think probably most commentary creators are just like, well, how could I be wrong if I have this big audience? Aren't you here for my opinions? Oh, I have one bad opinion or whatever, and you want to criticize me. It's because my audience does know at this point that I don't like drag people or make them feel stupid for criticizing them or me, you know what I mean? That's why people say this, and they're not like, oh, he's gonna ban me or whatever. I don't know. I've had and will continue to have videos throughout the years over time where I just say something and you're just like, oh, that was excruciating. And I hope at the very least it's not because I intentionally wanted to harm anybody or spread misinformation. That's it. I can't avoid doing harmful things all the time preemptively, but I can definitely avoid wanting to do that. And in doing so, hopefully my content's fine. Hopefully it's fine. Maybe someday I'll actually choose wrong knowingly, but I don't know. That's just not me. I really, really don't do that because speaking of last names, earlier we were talking about the idea of like putting your last name on things. Don't embarrass me. My last name. Honestly, y'all, like, this is me. This is this guy. I have been doing this for so long, so many iterations of this. I've actually grown up doing this at so many internet moments, and I'm just like, it's not, I guess, some separate thing. It's not just like, oh, this is just, I chose this. I could have had another job. Who knows what my other job could have been? I could have been like, I don't know. If I had some other job, I hope I would take it seriously too. But yeah, no, this is my job. I'm not perfect. I will be an instrument of harm, unfortunately. I will, but I will try not to be. And you know what the thing is too? People are so bad at knowing when to say this. I think usually when people get criticism, that's when they start saying, I'm just a human. Guys, don't criticize me. I'm just a person. When I get criticism, I typically try to be like, I might have a thought of like, but this is my livelihood. But then like, I'm an adult. I can sit with my feelings, much like, and it's all full circle. If y'all ever watch my streams all the way through, you may notice sometimes I'll reference something that happened hours ago. And you're like, whoa, he actually does listen to himself. He's not just ranting. Workshops, right? Workshops. When I was going to college, for mass communication with a concentration in digital film and television production. And I show everybody a script I wrote. And one by one, people go around saying what they thought about the script. One person might say, oh, that was great, D'Angelo. I would watch this. One person saying, oh, D'Angelo, like, this is not good for this reason to me. One person saying, you get 16 people to your face giving you opinions and feedback on the things that you're doing. I think going to college was the best thing I could have done before starting a YouTube channel. I think probably if I didn't have that experience, then when people, do you ever notice how common that is? Like creators just crashing out. You ever wonder, like, even creators that you might actually enjoy watching will still crash out over the smallest criticism? I don't think people have experience actually being criticized. Most people's parents, they might criticize you, but maybe that's only two people. Two people you have to deal with. Maybe a bunch of people in your life are criticizing you. It's actually really, 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 really hard to have 100 people say one thing about you. And you're like, you have to, like, whatever you're feeling, you gotta set it aside. Sometimes I've actually had people reach out to me, creators reach out to me and ask me for advice because they're like, D'Angelo, you sort of seem to not be in this position where you're constantly at war with your audience or whatever. I'm like, it's literally just because you have to learn how to read something and then sit with it. Think about it. Someone says Shane Dawson watching Tati live stream on the TV. This is exactly what I'm talking about, dude. Like, look, Shane Dawson, Tati live stream. I'm never going to be able to find that. Oh no, I found it. You ever wonder how things like this happen? Because I know some of you have to wonder, how could you have 20 million subscribers and be so bad at being criticized over things that, like, you start crashing out and you have 250,000 people watching you on Instagram live embarrassing yourself? Hey, I won't say he's an embarrassment. I'll say he embarrassed himself, right? And me. It's literally because no one ever sat down with you in person. Now, that being said, I think Shane Dawson did go to school for some of this stuff, if I remember correctly. So I don't know what's going on there, buddy. But yeah, no, you got to get used to it. You got to get used to it. Because you message drama channels. I remember that quote. Somebody quoted it right there. I love that. I shouldn't say I love it, but I kind of love it. It's iconic. It's truly a mess. It's truly a mess. Someone say ego kills. Yeah, no, for real. Well, it's funny too, because I have a lot of ego. I have a solid, healthy ego. I really, really do. You know what I believe about myself? Genuinely, in my heart of hearts, I believe two things. That I got lucky beyond anything I could have ever deserved, and that most of y'all would actually fold. most of y'all would actually fold in the scenario. Some of the scenarios that I've been in, legal threats. Oh, we're gonna take you down. Hundreds of people saying things. You having to put out statements in less than 24 hours. Yeah, all these people with you. Me criticizing so many things. So many bad videos that I've done where constant feedback, people calling you ageist and being correct, people saying it sounds like you're supporting Zionism, and I could see how you could see that. So me having to be like, oh no, I'm not a Zionist, and there's times where you were wrong, having to update your language all the time, and I think a lot of y'all would have folded. So I will always be grateful for the luck that went into people watching my channel in the first place. I think that's insane. I could still have 36 subscribers. That's how many I had when I got 100,000 views for the first time. I had 36 subscribers. I could still be there. Who is to say I don't like deserve views? I don't deserve views. And I don't believe that I do, and I will never believe that I actually deserve to have more than 36 subscribers. I'm just saying, when it started happening to me, I was like, oh, I'm going to have to be that guy. I'm going to have to be that guy, because I got people that are dependent on me. Okay. I got people that are dependent on me. Also, this is a really cute picture of me. Look at me with my little hair. That was actually really cute. And my hair got really, really long after that. But I'm like, okay, you kind of ate with that one specific look. Like, wait, but I'm still not growing my hair out. I love being bald so much. But all this to say, like, I'm grateful. I'm grateful. And I think maybe 1% of what people say about me is true. 1%. 1%. I think I've never talked about this before. Listen, chat, when most people like glaze me online, I ignore them. Do you know why? Because I appreciate your support, and I always will. But it's unbalanced. And that's why I'm calling people out, because I know that it's unbalanced. If you have an audience and your audience enjoys watching you, they're going to be more willing to support you. Now, granted, I done been called out by my damn audience, so I'm actually much happier in my position. I don't think they're just going to be defending me against nonsense. However, like 99% of what people are saying, I will say thank you. Oh, D'Angelo, even great videos. I'll be like, thank you. And then I'll believe 1% of that. Okay, I 1% believe what this person's saying. Maybe I earned, that's how I feel. Maybe I earned 1% of my audience. That's how I feel. I have like, we're gonna have 700,000 subscribers on this channel. You can't earn 700,000 subscribers. No one deserves that. But maybe, what's 1% of 700,000? 7,000? I earned that. I earned 7,000 subscribers. My videos are good enough for that. It doesn't matter when I have 10 million subscribers. What's 1% of 10 million? I should be able to do that in my head, but it's been a long stream and I'm actually gonna have to hop off here in a second. 100,000. Okay. When I have 10 million subscribers, I'm gonna be like, you know what? I earned 1% of what I have in my life. So yeah, I worked really hard. 100,000 subscribers is a lot of people, and maybe after working for 10 years, I sort of, I guess, could convince myself I deserve some sort of benefit. But yeah, not 0.1, man. 0.1. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I ever got a view, and I don't know what it means, but I'm going to keep trying not to suck, and also just getting cuter every single year. Every single year. Because I look cute here, but I also look really young. I want to be like 30s hot so bad. I want to be 30s hot. Like, part of the reason I stay alive is because staying alive is good. It's good. I believe that now. I used to not believe that because I had and continue to have issues. But maybe like 75% of the reason that I'm just like, okay, we're going to do this again is because I feel like I'm going to look insane when I'm in my mid-30s. Like, I don't feel like this is peak right now. I feel like this is cute. He's in his late 20s. He's been streaming. Someone says same. No, you understand. No, you understand. Like, I know that my face is going to change one more time, or at least one more time. It'll continue to change. I'm waiting. Oh, I'm waiting. When I show up and I'm like, then I am going to start acting like I have a big head. You're like, how could it possibly get bigger? No, it will. It will. I'm really going to be the worst person you ever seen when I get hotter in my 30s. It's over. Anyways, bye everybody. Bye everybody. Someone said, I think people are so hot in their